Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I think everything is working. I actually modified the voice on this book. So let's see how it sounds now.
Pokemon and growing concerns. Church raises red flag over Pokemon. Toledo Black, December 18, 1999.
That's not bad, right? It's pretty good. It's basically a real narrator's voice with a fake narrator's timbre. This is actually an RVC model called Sigma Male Narrator, hilariously. And it's a voice, it's that voice that you hear on TikTok from all of the Sigma Male TikTokers. That in a world guy. Not that guy, because that's a real narrator. This is a fake voice superimposed on top of a real voice, basically. It's complicated, but it sounds really fucking good, in my opinion. All right. The reason I did that is because I don't think any real human being should be associated with some of the things that I play. Whether their voice is, like, whether they're okay with their voice being used or not. I was working on this book, The Church and the N-Word, from Mormonism from 1964 or 69 or something. And all of the words it says, like, I don't want anybody, any real person being associated with what this says.
And frankly, discusses and
I haven't run RVC on this one yet. I'm going to.
The Church and the Negro by John L. Lund. 2075, John Lewis Lund. There is no church in existence today that can do more for the Negro than the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
It's a real book from real Mormonism that I really want to read, but not until I convert it to a different narrator. I cannot, I wouldn't put that in my voice. I wouldn't put it in anybody's voice. So we're going with Sigma Male.
Pokemon and growing.
So we're going with Sigma Male Narrator for that one. Because it's fake. All right. Let me pull this up so that I can... There's something other than a book that I want to listen to. But I want to listen to the book first, because I'm pretty interested in it at the moment.
Because it's...
Okay. There's this pastor, Phil Arms, from like 2000 or something, who went on this whole tirade against Pokemon and Harry Potter, claimed that it was satanic and it was seducing your children and everything.
Because it's important for the church to deal with issues as they come to the forefront in society. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. Pokemon, plural, are incredible creatures that share the world with humans. Each has his own fighting abilities.
It's so stupid, dude. Anyway, the dude wrote a book about this, and I want to listen to the book. It's from 2000s. You will not find this in audio form outside of this podcast, because I've put a lot of work into building a system where I can take a print book all the way to audiobook. Let's give it a listen. This is chapter 3. If you didn't see the others, don't sweat it. The sins and a penalty of the rest. The dude was just introducing himself. There's nothing important there so far.
Pokemon and growing concerns. Church raises red flag over Pokemon. Toledo Black, December 18, 1999. When it comes to the Pokemon trading card craze, Reverend Klatsag would probably love to catch 'em all. But he's no fan of the fad. In fact, the children's pastor of Solid Rock Ministries won't allow the popular cards in the church unless they're about to be laid on the altar by repentant church kids. Nintendo cards, he said, teach children that they are masters of their universe.
Nintendo cards, he said. Nintendo cards. Teach children that they're masters of their universe. Well, let's just set aside for the moment the fact that Nintendo did not make Pokemon. They purchased it from Niantic, I believe. Was it? Or Game Freak. Maybe it was Game Freak. And or the Pokemon Company. And now they share the IP between them, I believe. God, dude. they're so cringy. Like, everything that they say is fucking insufferable.
A principle that conflicts with the sovereignty of God and the commandments to honor their parents. Monsters Among Us. Fox AP, November 3, 1999. The Reverend Joe Chambers of Charlotte, North Carolina, says the whole scheme of Flavement is based on sorcery and witchcraft. Batu. It teaches about how the characters gain power from crystals. He says is the same type of thing that the two teens at Columbine High School dabbled in prior to their shooting rampage.
Are you fucking kidding me? How vile is that shit? To claim that the teens who attacked Columbine High School liked Pokemon. Dabbled in Pokemon. I mean, he's implying that Pokemon was responsible for the massacre at Columbine, right? That's what he's saying.
Pokepervs. ABC Reuters.
Well, Pokepervs is the name of this article. Pokepervs.
February 22, 2000. The principal Roman Catholic Archdiocese in New Mexico, ICO, attacked the hugely popular Pokemon cartoon series, saying the characters incited violence and sexual perversity among children. Christian school bans kids' craze. New Zealand Herald, February 23, 2000. A Christian school has banned Pokemon, claiming the toys are laced with references to the occult and promotes antisocial behavior.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Pokemon is linked to the occult and promotes antisocial behavior. Really?
Principal stated promotional material describes various Pokemon characters as stubborn, headstrong, quibbling, self-centered, vindictive, obnoxious, hormonal, sexually preoccupied, evil, thieving, and cross-dressing.
We're talking about the Pokemon cross-dressing? Promotional material describes various Pokemon characters as hormonal and cross-dressing. The Pokemon are hormonal and cross-dressing? What the fuck?
Principal Burgess was also concerned that the game emphasized supernatural powers in poisoning your opponent. It needs to be spelled out for parents that this is not just disruption. It is far more insidious.
It encourages kids to poison people because you can poison your enemy. Are you fucking kidding me right now? This is insane. Which Pokemon is a cross-dresser, quote unquote? I have to know. Leave in the comments, is there a Pokemon that is notorious in the first 151? Because Gen 2 and 3 had not come out yet at this time when this was written. Which one is known for cross-dressing? I'm unfamiliar.
Pastor calls Pokemon poison. Denver.
Wait, Pastor calls Pokemon poison. Denver Post.
Post, August 14, 1999.
Okay. Okay, regarding that Pokepervs thing that Phil Arms cited there. On February 22nd, 2000, the Archdiocese of Mexico, not New Mexico, like Phil Arms claimed, Mexico, condemned the broadcast of the Japanese cartoon Pokemon in its weekly Desde la Fe, saying it incited violent, if not sexual, perversions among children. The piece also urged parents to think about what their children watch and claimed the series worked against Catholicism by depicting Eastern religions like Buddhism and Shinto, adding that the whole idea behind Pokemon was to show a child he could become the most powerful force and didn't have to listen to his parents. These people are genuinely fucking broken inside. Hold on. Okay, that's fascinating because he definitely implied that that was from Reuters, right? He put Reuters as the citation after that. It was some fucking Catholic, like, archdiocese in Mexico. This book is fucking insane, bro.
A minister used a blowtorch and a sword during a church service this week to drive home his belief that Pokemon games and toys are only sugar-coated instruments of the occult and evil. Now, to Burge cards.
No to Pokemon cards was the name of the article. AP News. I'm sorry. After that last thing you did, Phil Arms, I don't believe it. Is this dude even alive still? Probably not, right? Okay, there's this contemporaneous article that I found. Controversy in Mexico over the Pokemon series. The Archdiocese of Mexico condemned the broadcast, blah, blah, blah. So it's referring to the actual article from the Archdiocese, but it's not, I can't find the Archdiocese article. That's a shame. That is fucking wild.
AP, Los Angeles, California, January 2000. Dozens of junior high schools throughout Southern California are expelling Pokemon from their campuses. School administrators claim that Pokemon card trading has been the source of numerous incidents of violence among students during school hours.
Really? Pokemon card trading has been the source of violence among students. Okay.
Children trading their favorite cards have not been able to hold their fervor or enthusiasm in check. According to school officials, the trading sessions have been the cause of a number of serious outbreaks of violence.
I bet.
Most commonly recorded among the incidents are fights, yelling, and even several stabbing incidents.
Fucking please. Students stabbing each other over Pokemon cards. You know, I suppose you could probably find a single example of it. I walked into this book thinking this would be hilarious to read, like 30 years later. It's actually very instructive. It's valuable to get a glimpse into how people portray Pokemon as evil, because they do the exact same shit for everything else. The left is evil in the exact same way. Trans people are evil in the exact same way. It was a moral panic at the time. It was a full-blown moral panic. And viewing it through a lens 30 years later like this is really interesting and valuable, in one man's humble opinion.
Above are only a few of the growing numbers of reports surfacing all over America and around the world, where children are involving themselves with the world of Pokemon. But why are these ministers and rapidly increasing numbers of public and private school administrators reacting so outspokenly to the Pokemon phenomena?
Because they're brainwashed fucking idiots, that's why.
Alas, the truth is that even those who have no background in or knowledge of the occult and aberrant behavioral problems do recognize that the actions and attitudes manifesting in the atmosphere created by interaction with Pokemon pose a potential threat. Anyone who is willing to look just below the surface and willing to do a bit of homework can readily discover the New Age message and occulted nature of this phenomenon.
Anyone who's willing to look just below the surface can discover the secrets of the New Age phenomenon. Fucking please.
Pokemon the characters.
This is a new subheading.
As we have observed, there are now over 151 Pokemon that children are taught to conquer and capture. A brief look at some of the characters exposes the type of powers that children are being encouraged to learn about, to experience, and to use. The following Pokemon and the accompanying descriptions are taken straight from a Pokemon website, Hypno. Hypno survives by putting its prey to sleep and consuming their dreams. It can get sick from absorbing bad dreams. Type, Psychic.
Okay. Oh no, Hypno. That's dead ringer for a New Age philosophy. It can't just be fucking fun. People can't just have fun. This dude is a fun killer. Honestly.
Ivysaur. Once Bulbasaur reaches level 16, they evolve into the more powerful Ivysaur.
Oh boy, you heard that word, evolve. We don't believe in evolution around these parts.
These are a grass poison combination, giving them twice the strength of single-type Pokemon. Given enough experience, Ivysaur will evolve into Venusaur.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Twice the strength of a single type Pokemon? See, this right here, this is what I'm talking about. He has no clue what's going on. He pretends to have researched this. He has no idea what he's talking about. He didn't even try. He, like, did the bare basics of research to simply understand that there are types, and that's pretty much the extent of it. This is fucking insane, dude.
Type Grass Poison. Alakazam. Experts believe that his brain is as powerful as any supercomputer. Its incredible psychic abilities back up that belief. Type Psychic. Ghastly. No Pokemon have an advantage over these ghost-like Pokemon, making them valuable assets to any collector.
Oh, that's funny. He found a little fun fact about the games. Gen 1, I mean for the Game Boy, did not have Gen 1 Ghost type for the Game Boy did not have a weakness to anything. That was just a little fun fact that it was floating around schoolyards at the time. And this poor dumb son of a bitch picked this up and said they're the most powerful creatures alive or some shit.
Over time, Ghastly evolves into Haunter and Gengar. Type Ghost. Abra. Lacks attack abilities, but their power to teleport their way out of trouble makes them difficult to capture. They evolve into Kadabra. Type Psychic. Jinx. Has an unusual combination of ice and psychic characteristics. Its evolution is not known at this time, though its powers do grow stronger over time.
Jinx, the original Jinx, famously looked like blackface, and they had to change its design in like the cartoon and in future iterations of Pokemon as a result. I wonder if he's going to mention that.
Type Ice Psychic. Magnemite. Uses their electrical powers to paralyze and confuse their opponents before shocking them into submission. Type Electric. Jigglypuff.
Oh, I see. So the problem with Magnemite is the paralyzing and confusing. Right. Okay.
This Pokemon is rare and deceptive, although they're cute and cuddly in appearance.
Wait, deceptive? Where the fuck did he get the word deceptive? Did he just pull that one right out of his ass? He's acting as though he's writing the description you find in-game, but does Jigglypuff's description say deceptive? I'm suspicious. You know what? No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go enter. And I just caught a Jigglypuff a minute ago in this game. I'm in a battle, but afterward we're going to check Jigglypuff's stats and see what it says.
Their attack will send even the toughest Pokemon into Dreamland. Type Rock Water. Mewtwo. The Pokemon...
Wait, what is type Rock Water? Nothing anywhere in here is Rock Water. Oh, I see. For some reason, the TTS system skipped Amistar. Type Normal for Jigglypuff. Amistar. Scientists as yet have little idea about this resurrected Pokemon. Scientist, singular. Scientist as yet, not as of yet, but as yet, have little data about this resurrected Pokemon. You know, resurrected like as in Jesus Christ. I mean, for anybody who doesn't know Pokemon, I'll just lay this out there for you. It was a fossil that they found, and they extracted its DNA in the canon and used its DNA Jurassic Park style to clone it and bring a dead species back to life, basically. It wasn't resurrected like fucking Jesus. Oh my God, people. type Rockwater, and then Mewtwo. The Pokemon Lab tried to create the perfect fighting machine, and they succeeded, perhaps too well.
Lab tried to create the perfect fighting machine, and they succeeded, perhaps too well. Mewtwo is extremely hostile. Type Psychic. Nibiron.
Wait, who? Nibiron. Okay, it's obviously supposed to be Nidoran, right? What does the original book say? I want to pull this up and see what the original book says at this point. Give me a second. Open. All right, this is my actual app. Foundry is what I named it. Let me actually just look at the PDF here. Nidoran, and we're on chapter 3. Hold on, where is chapter 3? Here it is. This is chapter 3. Yes. Okay, so he's going through all these Abra, Jinx, Magnemite, Jigglypuff, Mewtwo, Nidoran. Okay, it looks like this was actually an interpretation problem. He did write Nidoran correctly.
One of the few two-gender Pokemon who attacks with poisonous barbs that protrude from their backs.
Two-gender, you say? Did you just say the word gender? That upsets me. I don't like people talking about gender. Gender is wrong, according to Phil Arms, and according to all other evangelical Christian nutcases. No gender talk.
Type Poison. These are but a few of the characters that children are having fun with and learning how to use their powers to manipulate. Please notice some
To manipulate, really?
key character facets attributed to these Pokemon playmates: Psychic, Poison, Powers, Evolution, Haunt, Ghost, Teleport, Paralyze, Confuse, Eliminate It, Hostile, and Shock into Submission.
Wow, he didn't list Resurrect with Ammonite or whatever, Amistar, whichever evolution he cited. I'm surprised. It's so fucking wild to listen to him fearmonger this way. Seriously. Jigglypuff, here you go. It captivates foes with its huge round eyes, then lulls them to sleep by singing a soothing melody. So he just completely made up that description. That was entirely fabricated. Here's the description from the original. This Pokemon is rare and deceptive. Although they're cute and cuddly in appearance, their attack will send even the toughest Pokemon into Dreamland. That is not the description of Jigglypuff. Where the fuck did he get that? Did you just pull that right out of his ass?
No right-thinking adult is going to consider the character traits and the activities associated with these creatures as healthy. Most parents do not want their children participating in activities with playmates who are psychic, poisonous, haunters, hostile, and who practice killing.
Playmates. He's calling them playmates. Is he doing that because that's what people call, like, the... I don't know. Like, what's the point? Why is he doing that?
Shocking others into submission, or eliminating their opponents with the use of psychic powers. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the premise of the entire Pokemon agenda is to bring children into a role-playing fantasy game. It has been repeatedly proven that many children, as well as teens and young people, once initiated into the world of role-playing games, soon begin to lose the capacity to distinguish between the real world and fantasy.
They do? Is that what happened to you, Phil Arms? They lose the ability to distinguish between the real world and fantasy. What the fuck? This book is fucking insane, dude. Really. Oh my god.
Many parents have already contacted me, expressing their concern that just such a problem has developed in their children as a result of Pokemon. Anton LaVey, founder and leader of the Church of Satan and...
Oh my god, dude. Anton LaVey. He's bringing up the Church of Satan now in reference to Pokemon.
Southern California, has stated that the best way to indoctrinate young lives with the occult is through fantasy role-playing games. Of course, someone always poses the question, oh, but didn't you fantasize during games as a young boy while playing cowboys and Indians, or cops and robbers?
Hey, good fucking point. Like, you didn't engage in fantasy / roleplay. You know he's using those terms specifically because of their sexual connotation, right? That's definitely why he's saying fantasy roleplay. He couldn't just say, like, RPGs like a normal human being, or, like, just refer to the game itself. Anyway. I was trying to find out if Anton LaVey ever actually said that. And it looks like no, he did not say that. That's completely made up. The Church of Satan was founded in San Francisco in LaVey's house in 1966. Northern California, not Southern California, which he got wrong, by the way. I'm just looking here. Yeah, he got the geography wrong there. The Satanic Bible came out in 1969. Dungeons and Dragons wasn't published until 1974. So the statement can't come from LaVey's foundational text or anything. Yeah, LaVey didn't say that. I'm calling it. I have no evidence that LaVey ever said that. It's apocryphal, and it honestly sounds like fucking nonsense.
I like the answer to such a question provided by David Benoit in his book, Who's Watching the Playpen? He writes,
Who's watching the playpen? I'm sorry, but coming from these people, that's fucking creepy.
Yes, I pretended to shoot bad guys, but that was different. Let me explain. 1. When we were growing up, the cops and robbers were adults. As kids, we could not totally identify with the characters.
What? Okay. Well, the Pokemon aren't humans. So you can't identify with the characters in that either. The fuck are you talking about? So Pokemon as a role-playing game is different from cops and robbers, which these people played, or cowboys and Indians. How fucking just, these people are disgusting. Anyway, it's different from those things because they were adults and you could not fully identify with them. You have to keep that layer of separation so you can't identify with the thing fully that you're pretending to be. Are you fucking kidding me right now? This is a truly insane fucking book.
Today, television bombards children with images of children doing the killing, not just adults.
Wait, TV bombards children with images of children doing the killing. It does? What TV program? What are you talking about?
So children now see that as normal. They can totally relate to the character. We are seeing a rise in violent crimes performed by younger and younger children. 2. Television today is much more graphic in its depiction of killing. When we were growing up or saw an Indian shot off a horse, you heard the blast and saw the Indian fall. Today, not only do you hear the blast, you actually see the person's face deteriorate as you pull the trigger. The cameras in old films were second person. You saw someone else shoot people. Now the camera is first person. The camera angle puts you behind the gun barrel. You become the killer.
So you're saying that Bonanza, which was on when you were a kid, or what the fuck was that show called where he yells "Hi-Yo Silver" or whatever? Was that the God, I can't remember. Anyway, you're saying that those shows had no violence whatsoever, and that it's and that the violence they did show was showed from a different angle other than first-person view, and now they're showing first-person shooting, and that's the problem with society today. The Lone Ranger, thank you. God, I couldn't remember the name of that. Yeah. You're saying if we kept it in third person rather than first person, then there wouldn't be violence in schools. Is that what he's saying? I think it is. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Any parent who has raised small children understands their proclivity to respond to suggestion. In the Pokemon games and programs, the effort to bring children into the fantasy role-playing activity as violent and occultic participants is undeniable.
It's totally undeniable. Absolutely. They're trying to brainwash your children, right? Pokemon, trying to brainwash your children. I'm doing it now. I want to brainwash your children while your children watch me play Pokemon. That's the goal behind all of this, obviously.
Pokemon premise. The art of teaching, it has been said, is repetition. As children indulge themselves in the Pokemon action, they are repeatedly thrust into a role where concepts and the philosophical fundamentals of the New Age and the occult are reinforced in their thinking. An illustration of this is how the participant repeatedly deals with various Pokemon characters which go through the process of evolution. For instance, the Pokemon Bulbasaur, a poison-type character, evolves into Ivysaur and Venusaur. A great number of other Pokemon creatures also go through this evolutionary process. Players who become proficient masters must be able to memorize these characters in their evolutions. Hence, a major
I'm sorry, wait a minute. The Pokemon Masters have to be able to imitate the Pokemon in their evolutions. Is that what he just said? Players who become proficient masters must be able to memorize these characters and their evolutions, hence a major part of the participants' vocabulary. Okay, no, I guess I misunderstood. A great number of other Pokemon creatures also go through this evolutionary process. You know, Pokemon aren't actually evolving. They're going through metamorphosis, technically. Evolve is the wrong word, but whatever.
Part of the participants' vocabulary and the concepts are based on evolution as a factual reality in their world. Humanism, a growing religion that deifies man and...
Oh my God, humanism, a growing religion that deifies man. Really? Oh, it's so painfully stupid.
Humanism, a growing religion that deifies man and humanizes God, putting man at the center of his universe, has evolution as its fundamental doctrine.
It does, okay.
Humanists, New Agers, as well as many others involved in the black arts, subscribe to this unscientific and unscriptural belief and are extremely evangelistic in their campaign to convert this generation to their way of thinking.
Wow, so humanists are involved in black arts, and humanists' beliefs are unscientific. This is truly fucking insane.
The evolutionary concepts repeatedly woven into the Pokemon games are teaching children that evolution is the natural order of creation and life.
Again, they're not even evolving. It's metamorphosis, not evolution.
This fundamental assault upon the premise of biblical creation denies the creative influence of God in the universe. If children can be taught at an early age to explain away God, as evolution attempts to do, they can easily be taught that they have no responsibility to God.
Evolution does not try to explain away God, quote unquote. That is not how that works. Evolution doesn't explain away God. It invalidates your ass-backwards interpretation of the origin myth, but evolution does not preclude the existence of God. You can have a God that created life in the beginning or whatever, and that life evolved. And in fact, that is the only possible logical and scientific explanation. Life absolutely evolved. That's just what it is. I understand these scumbags don't like that, but it did. Period. Again, like, we're making a lot of leaps in research and understanding how life originally started. We don't know exactly for sure, but we're pretty confident we do know how that happened. But you can't stick God in there just because you don't know. That's not how that works. Evolution does not disprove God. It disproves Phil Arm's ass-backwards, ridiculous interpretation of how life in the world exists. He's like Kent Hovind over here, honestly.
Pokemon's premise is no different than that of Darwin, which is, only the strong survive.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking please. No, it's literally the exact opposite. The smallest Pokemon, the weakest ones are sometimes the strongest in some situations. Has nothing to do with that.
However, this is not what the Word of God teaches. God's Word, contrary to Pokemon, teaches children to love their enemies, not to attack and kill them. Christianity also embraces the biblical truth that the meek shall inherit the earth, not that the most devious in the use of their powers are the victors.
Pokemon does not teach that the most devious use of power makes you victorious. What the fuck? Is this a moral panic or an ad for Pokemon, right?
Pokemon roots. In teaching my children over the years how to discover the message behind the things they watch and read, I have ingrained in their thinking the fact that there is a root philosophy behind all art, literature, music, and programming.
There's a root philosophy behind all art, literature, music, and programming. I.e., he's saying that there's an orchestrated effort to push things onto you culturally, to brainwash you into loving Satan or something. That's what he's saying.
The secret to discovering the underlying message behind the entertainment value of such things is to listen for key words and phrases. Pokemon creators have made it quite easy to discover the basic message and values they wish to promote.
Oh, it's quite easy to interpret Pokemon as being satanic. Okay.
In fact, the connection between the characteristics of individual Pokemon creatures corresponds precisely with New Age and occultic terminology. Stones. A perfect example of this is the Pokemon named Eevee. This character can be morphed or changed into 3 different kinds of Pokemon by their trainers.
Wait, you mean evolved, right? Why didn't he use the word evolved there? It was the perfect opportunity.
However, their trainer must rely upon special stones in order to bring about the transformation. A trainer can use a water stone, a thunder stone, or a fire stone to accomplish the transformation. A number of other Pokemon can be transformed only by the use of certain stones as well, but the use of stones, in order to transfer supernatural powers, is as old as witchcraft and the occult. Many kinds of stones.
Right, the use of stones is witchcraft. Pokemon, witchcraft, confirmed.
Stones have been thought by occultists to have mediumistic capabilities. New Age proponents believe that some stones, such as crystal, can give off energy that has the ability to heal and even transmit thoughts.
Oh my god. So, stones are capable of healing or transmitting thoughts, and stones are used to metamorphose Pokemon. Hence, Pokemon is using those stones to transmit thought. Really? If A is used to do B, and A is also used... No, let me think about how this... If some versions of A are used to do B, and other versions of A are used to do C, then all versions of A are used to do B. That's what he's saying. This is a logical fallacy that he just... a flawed premise, I guess you could say.
All of us have heard of the crystal ball, used by occultists as a medium to transmit information.
Right. And crystal is a form of rock, right? So they're using a form of rocks, crystals, kind of, I guess. Isn't it silicate? And rocks are silicate, I think? Like, sand is kind of like a rock, and you use sand to make glass. And glass is turned into a crystal ball, and sand can be formed into a rock, and rocks are also used to evolve Pokemon. So you're using crystal balls to evolve Pokemon, is what he's saying. The logical leap is fucking wild, dude. Genuinely. Holy fucking shit.
Psy-War. The Pokemon Psyduck is another character that resorts to the use of the paranormal to accomplish his will. Psyduck defeats his opponents by mesmerizing them with a piercing stare and releasing a barrage of pent-up mental energy. The New Age concept that parallels this ability falls under the heading of an altered state of consciousness. New Agers, and clearly Pokemon, believe that mental powers can be transferred to accomplish one's desired end by an intense focusing upon that desire. The fact is, demonic forces can be summoned to participate in lives by those involved in occultic practices. Tragically, New Agers and others involved in the paranormal do not ascribe the results of such activity to the power of demons, but are deceived into believing that their own power is at work. Dream robbing.
New Agers and others involved in the paranormal do not ascribe the results of such activity to the power of demons, but are deceived into believing that their own power is at work. Okay.
One Pokemon, Hypno, has a unique ability to deal with his opponents that is no less occultic in nature. Hypno is able to make his opponents go to sleep so that he can drain their powers by stealing their dreams.
Okay. I'm sorry. You probably see me cheating on the game right now. Yeah, I'm cheating. This game inspires people to cheat and manipulate things in the real world, and that's what I'm doing right now. It's taught me well. I've learned the dark arts well, and the dark arts have a name. It's called Save File Editor, or Emulation Rewind, or Snapshot Reloading. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm reloading my save file like over and over again until I find a Clefairy, a demonic. It's supposed to be like an angelic creature who has mystical powers, you see, but we know that angels only live in heaven, and if this angel is on earth, there it is, the Clefairy. If this angel is only on earth, that means it's actually a demon. And I wanted to catch this demon and bottle its energy and use it for my own purposes, my own unknown evil purposes. So that's what I'm doing. It used its supernatural sing ability to put me to sleep. Now I'm in a slumber from which I will never awake. Before 6 to 8 hours, at least.
This ability has its roots in the shamanistic world of the ancient American Indians. Many early tribal rituals focused on dream robbing. In order to heal the sick, deliver the afflicted, cleanse the souls of the anguished, and relieve numerous maladies. New Agers today are fond of a device made by contemporary shamans called a dream catcher.
Okay. Interesting. Dream catchers are just kind of part of, like, Native American culture. I grew up in Native American culture because my grandmother was heavily associated with a local tribe. She was from a local tribe, the Mohegans. Went to powwows when I was little, the whole 9 yards. It was pretty interesting. I had little, God, I don't remember the name of the outfit now. I have a picture of myself in one of the outfits. But anyway, point is, I had dream catchers growing up. Surprisingly, most Jehovah's Witnesses would not be okay with that, but yeah.
This device is supposed to help individuals dictate the kinds of dreams they have. Energy. Zobat, another Pokemon, enters...
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the point of mentioning a dream catcher there? I don't understand.
This device is supposed to help individuals dictate the kinds of dreams they have. Energy. Zobat, another Pokemon, enters battle with a strategy to drain and steal his opponent's energy. A number of Pokemon share the ability to interfere with the energy centers of their enemy. This preoccupation with using psychic powers to drain an opponent's energy is rooted in Eastern religion and New Age philosophy.
Oh, fucking please.
The focus upon energy is, in itself, a New Age concept. They teach that energy can be altered by one's own will or by the concentrated will of others. The Hindus have a teaching that proposes each of us have 7 energy centers within our bodies called chakras.
Okay. Chakras have nothing to do with Pokemon. What the fuck is he talking about right now? I should bring in a Harry Potter expert when he gets to the Harry Potter section, because I don't know anything about Harry Potter.
Zobot clearly uses his powers to focus on his enemy chakras in order to achieve his purposes.
Clearly? He clearly does that? Does it say that literally fucking anywhere? At any point? Does it even mention chakras? Wow, he's racist. Yes, he is. He is extremely fucking racist through this entire thing.
More, so much more. The reliance of Pokemon upon the paranormal, New Age philosophy, and occultic practices is undeniable, and a Christian's involvement with it is indefensible. A casual look at the 150-plus Pokemon and the powers they use to accomplish their ends reveals numerous other New Age and occultic techniques, but they teach its players to draw upon. Included among these are references to and/or reliance upon elements. Witches believe they can control the forces of nature such as earth, wind, stones, fire, and water. Visualization.
I mean, it couldn't have anything to do with the fact that people believed the elements were literally earth and wind and fire and water, like hundreds or thousands of years ago, right? Couldn't have anything to do with that. It has to be some secretive witchcraft practice, huh?
The belief that material reality can be achieved by the power of the mind. Transpersonal education, a learning process that teaches how to achieve an extreme level of knowledge.
Transpersonal education. Did you just say trans?
By tapping into a higher beyond the five senses. Taoism. This is a religion teaching its adherents that forces can be exercised upon the world of the supernatural to alter its reality.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm fucking lost. What does this have to do with Pokemon?
Wicca, the official religion of witches.
No. Wicca is actually a fairly new religion. It's not the official religion of witches. He did pretty much no research, did he? I probably shouldn't say this unless I'm very confident about it. But if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that Wicca was a religion invented in the 40s or the 50s, I think. Let me just look this up. Hang on. If I remember, this dude goes into the jungle, comes out, and says, I discovered an unbroken line of Wicca practices. Supposedly a group of Wiccans that had existed for like ever, right? But he's the only one who saw them or knew who they were or could validate, blah, 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 whatever. Let's see. I have Mega Kick or Mega Punch here. What do I want? Do I want one of them? I don't think I want either one of them right now, although they're both pretty powerful. Anyway, it's only like, 100 years old or something like that. And people have been accusing others of being witches for literal centuries, nay millennia. Modern Wicca is a 20th century religion, not an ancient survival. Gerald Gardner, a retired British colonial civil servant, claimed he was initiated in 1939 into a surviving witch coven in the New Forest. Britain repealed the Witchcraft Act in 1951, which let him publish openly. Witchcraft Today, which is a publication in 1954, and The Meaning of Witchcraft, 1959, launched the movement. The claim... So Gardner said he was transmitting a pre-Christian pagan survival. He leaned on Margaret Murray's witch cult hypothesis from 1921, which historians abandoned decades ago. It's not fucking real. What his rituals actually draw on is traceable. Freemasonry, Golden Dawn ceremonial magic, Aleister Crowley, whom Gardner knew personally, and whose material is all over the early liturgy, Charles Leland's Aradia, and English folklore. What people usually mean when they say pagan, what the Nazis meant when they said pagan, I know this because I wrote a book about it, Christian Nationalism in the Third Reich. What they meant was non-Christian or non-Abrahamic religions, at the very least. So there was old folklore in Nazi Germany at the time. It was stuff about Freya and Thor and so on and so forth. About, these gods that existed in Norse mythology. And the Nazis wanted to get back to that. They had this belief that there was like some secret thing about these religions that was real where Christianity wasn't, or whatever. So Himmler, for example, Heinrich Himmler, was a pagan. And that just meant he believed in non-Christian gods, basically. That's it. So what does pagan mean in this context? Pagan being non-Christian god could mean Wicca, I suppose. But again, Wicca is a very, very new religion that derives from Aleister Crowley and others.
Among their doctrine is the belief that the elements of nature can and should be used in incantations to reach their desired results. Medium reliance, the dependence upon a person or object to be a conductor for supernatural spirits or powers. Reincarnation, psychic evolution, a belief in a cycle of life determined by conduct and actions.
Again, this is not necessarily true of Wicca. The dude is completely full of shit with pretty much everything out of his mouth. I don't know enough about Wicca to speak on it, but I'd be willing to bet he's completely bastardizing everything the way he bastardized Pokemon.
Hypnosis, an altered state of consciousness, attained through the focused yielding of one's will to another. Parapsychology, an effort to combine facets from the world of science with that of the spirit world. This combination is supposed to create a supernatural channel for trafficking and psychic maneuvers, telepathic activity, healing, or haunting others with psychic power.
Evidence confirmed Pokemon is based on witchcraft and or Wicca. Fucking please.
Guided imagery
guided imagery defines the activities of surrendering one's mind or imagination to a teacher. Oh my God.
the activities of surrendering one's mind or imagination to a teacher or spirit in order to achieve a particular goal or to receive a greater revelation of paranormal, supernatural, or New Age concepts. Spiritism, a belief that the world of spirits and or entities are the sole manipulators of the unseen world, and that humans can interact with these powers to determine outcomes in material reality. Earth temples, people involved in New Age and like religions, are convinced that certain locations of the center for psychic energies or powers. The pyramids of Egypt and rock formations of Stonehenge in Great Britain are prime examples of this. Entities.
Wait, Stonehenge is supernaturally evil? Is that what he's saying?
Living near Earth temples draw upon this power to fulfill objectives. Alchemy, the use of deity-like attributes to transform the basic nature of an object. Each of the categories mentioned, at some level, have a link and counterpart associated with the Pokemon game and products.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Alchemy, the use of deity-like attributes to transform the basic nature of an object. No. I mean, alchemy was early chemistry, right? I suppose you could say that it had a supernatural quality to it in some circumstances. But alchemy did not necessarily mean supernatural. Deity-like attributes or whatever.
Some of the parallels in Pokemon are subtle, while others are extremely obvious. Pokemon protection. Players of the game are constantly encouraged to capture as many Pokemon as possible. Not only do these creatures guarantee the participant more power, but they also...
Catching more Pokemon guarantees the participant more power. Really? This dude is fucking insane.
Act as protectors of the player. In the world of wizardry, sorcery, and Satanism, there are similar objects that adherents are encouraged to carry with them.
Oh, are Pokemon objects now? They're not little creatures, little fun animals that you catch?
Just as children are encouraged to carry their Pokemon, pocket monsters with them. Those
Yeah, didn't he already establish that it stood for pocket monsters? Is he just using the term pocket monster now to scare the shit out of old people who read this book?
items include charms and
I'm sorry, hang on.
objects that adherents are encouraged to carry with them, just as children are encouraged to carry their Pokemon, pocket monsters with them. Those items include charms, an object worn to avert danger from spells or magic.
Wait, so he's saying Pokemon are like charms who protect you supernaturally. You wear them around your neck like a charm. Is that what he's saying? Or talisman, an object that has supernatural protective qualities, really?
Talisman, an object that has supernatural protective qualities. Amulet, an object or item to ward off evil and to bring safe passage and protection. One website that focuses on helping children learn how to improve their Pokemon skill states. So children, carry your Pokemon with you and you're ready for anything. You've got the power in your hands, so use it. Children are being taught to trust Pokemon.
Wait, he quoted that. That's a quote. Is that a real quote? So children, carry your Pokemon with you and you're ready for anything. You've got the power in your hands, so use it. Is that real? Who is he quoting right now? Oh, let me see if I can look this quote up and find out what the fuck he's talking about here. I would be willing to bet this isn't a quote at all, that he's lying and saying something that's borderline egregious to try to scare the shit out of old people. I bet that's what he's doing. Let me see if I can find out. Hold on. Got it. Yeah, he misquoted it, and he didn't attribute it to anybody that I'm seeing. Is this attributed to anybody? I'm not seeing him cite anybody here. And so here's the original source. Professor Oak on the Wizards of the Coast website, which is the trading card game, the people who make the trading cards or whatever, they manufacture them and sell them. Wizards of the Coast, you know, those people. They have Professor Oak on their website with a little bubble that says, carry your Pokemon with you, and you're ready for anything. You've got the power in your hands, so use it. It does not say, so children, blah, blah, blah. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, this is insane. This is an insane fucking book.
One website that focuses on helping children learn how to improve their Pokemon skill states. So children, carry your Pokemon with you and you're ready for anything.
Oh, so yeah, he did cite one website, quote unquote. I'm surprised he didn't actually cite the website. It was Wizards of the Coast.
You've got the power in your hands, so use it. Children are being taught to trust Pokemon when they are in trouble or have problems. The constant emphasis for players to capture the maximum number of Pokemon creates a driving frenzy for children.
What?
To do whatever is necessary to get more Pokemon in order to gain more power. Pokemon psychology. The growing obsession of children involved in Pokemon to collect as many Pokemon-related products as possible is fueled by the psychology of the game. The fact is, the Pokemon creators have discovered the profitable marketing genius of coupling a popular video game and a television series, movies, with a product line. Billions of dollars are being spent by compliant parents attempting to appease the growing appetite of their children, who beg for each new Pokemon product. And the line of
So it's an obsession is what he's saying, right?
Pokemon products is constantly increasing. One website advertises the latest Pokemon products currently available. Among these varied items are Kraft's Pokemon Action Flips Cheese Slices, Nintendo's Pokemon Stadia Bundle, the official
Who gives a fuck? Cheese slices, awesome. Pokemon cheese slices, fantastic. I love it. Cheese slice in the shape of a Pikachu? Yes, I'm all in. What is the problem? Who fucking cares? Really? Hello from Norway. Welcome, PYE, or Pi 1971. Thank you for resubbing. I really appreciate that.
3D fighting kit of Pokemon Masters, Golden Books, popular line of Pokemon books, Pokemon Collector Marbles, Kraft Pokemon Macaroni and Cheese, Pokemon World Enhanced CD, with a Pokemon theme song, Hugh Top's Pokemon trading cards.
Okay, great. Now list all the stupid Jesus shit you have in your house. Do you have Jesus bookmarks and the official Jesus handbook, aka the Bible? How many official Jesus handbooks do you have around your house? What about like how many Jesus tracts and how many hours you invest into spreading the Jesus word? Tell me about that.
Pokemon Lollipops, Pokemon Project Studio, Pokemon Basil Figures, Official Pokemon Player's Guide, Official Pokemon Book Collection Guide, on Pokemon 2B Hey, Master...
I'm sorry, a Pokemon toupee? Is that what it said? Where... I'm trying to figure out... Wait. A Master Pokemon Rummy card game? Rummy card game? Pokemon activity books with Pokemon Tales for Kids, the Pokemon game link cable. Oh no, the link cable. Not the link cable. Once your kid goes so deep down the satanic rabbit hole that they're willing to get a link cable, a Pokemon link cable, they're gone. Hopeless. They'll never come back to Jesus after getting the game link cable.
Pokemon Rummy card game. Pokemon activity books with Pokemon Tales for Kids, the Pokemon game link cable. This is just a partial list of available Pokemon products and does not list the Pokemon clothes, decor, educational products, and dozens of other items marketed under the Pokemon logo. Pokemon the Promoter. It is imperative that parents who care about the spiritual, emotional, and psychological well-being of their children look very closely at the spiritual and philosophical message that lies behind Pokemon. Do not be deceived into believing that children are unaffected by the constant bombardment of occultic, humanistic, and New Age concepts and practices that they are exposed to and encouraged to participate in through involvement with the world of Pokemon. The message being taught by this insidious series of games, movies, and television programs
It's insidious.
is diametrically opposed to the message that faithful Christian parents are attempting to instill in their children.
Really, it's diametrically opposed. So the Bible says love your neighbor as yourself, and Pokemon says hate your neighbor as yourself, right? The Bible says love God above all else, and Pokemon says hate God above all else. Is that right? You know what else is diametrically opposed to the 10 Commandments to the Bible? The U.S. Constitution. The first 4 amendments to the Constitution contradict the First Amendment. I'm sorry. The first 4 commandments contradict the First Amendment to the Constitution. You shall have no other gods before me is number 1. That's contradicted by you shall have any religion you fucking please in the Constitution. You shall make no idols or worship any carved idols or images. I can make any art I want, according to the Constitution. Do not misuse the name of God. Blasphemy laws. Free speech, baby. I can say whatever I want. keep the Sabbath day holy, I don't have to do jack shit according to the First Amendment of the Constitution. The point is, the Constitution of the U.S. is diametrically opposed to the Ten Commandments. So, Pokemon being diametrically opposed is a bit of a reach. When the rules that you are choosing to call diametrically opposed to everything else are selective. You can pick out any moral position from the Bible because it was written across thousands of years, or at least hundreds of years, by dozens of authors of varying levels of wealth and fame and power. And they all had a different viewpoint on society and how it should work. If there is a moral position you want to hold, you can justify it with the Bible. Any moral position, including slavery or abolition of slavery. And trust me, people did. They used the Bible for both. So when you say diametrically opposed, I hear you're looking for a reason to hate this thing, nonsensically. That's what I'm picking up.
As we shall see in a coming chapter of this book, God's word goes far beyond simple warnings against our involvement in such activities. God demands that his people refrain from any and all participation in, practice, and even tolerance of the dark world of occultic activities.
Again, Pokemon is not occultic.
Errant philosophies, false religions, sorcery, and witchcraft.
It is none of those things.
But as we can now see, all of these are being promoted through the growing influence of Pokemon. Chapter 4.
Yeah, anyway, that's fucking crazy. Tell me what you think about it in the comments, and let me know if you want to read more of this, because honestly, this is fucking fascinating to me, listening to what he has to say here. It's actually a pretty short book. We're an hour in so far on Chapter 4, and we're hitting about one episode per chapter. There are a total of 12 chapters. It's 3 hours, 41 minutes long. Yeah, tell me what you think in the comments. Wild book, dude, really. Wild book. I'm just checking here. All right, yeah, I'm going to call it there for now. For that one. That book, I mean. And I wanted to pull up Dershowitz on Piers Morgan. Oopsie daisy. Here we go. Open. Close. Awesome. All right. I should probably save this game to play it while we listen to Pokemon, right? Instead of playing it through this other stuff. It takes me about one episode per 20 minutes. So let's see. It's a 3 hour and 41 minute book. Give me a second. I'm going to calculate how many episodes I'm going to need. 3. All right. So we're probably looking at about 11 episodes total. That's a lot. I'm surprised. And we've already done... How many books? Let's see. We've already done 3, technically. So we're looking at 8 more episodes. 8 episodes. I think I can finish this game while playing, but I'm not going to be able... I'm sorry. I think I'm going to be able to finish this game while listening to this book, but I'm not going to be able to play the game while I play other stuff. So I'm going to exit. And I'm going to switch to another game for Dershowitz. Okay, good. Got it. Fascinating shit, dude, honestly. I'm so fascinated by this book. It's just insane. The whole thing is fucking insane. This is Alan Dershowitz on the right. He was Jeffrey Epstein's attorney. Got Jeffrey Epstein out of a lot of bad stuff. And he also said, yeah, I got a massage from one of Epstein's girls, but I kept my underwear on the whole time. Not even joking. That's what he said. Evil human being, obviously. He got into an argument about Israel-Palestine because he's like obsessed with Israel and Palestine to a disturbing degree. Obsessed with defending the genocide that's taking place there. And I want to listen to what he had to say. He was on Piers Morgan. Let's give this a listen.
The goal is to make sure that Iran never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, develops nuclear weapons. And my opponent on the other side doesn't seem to have a problem with that. He doesn't think Iran ever wants to develop nuclear weapons. So
they don't. They're obviously using this as a bargaining tactic. What happens if they get a nuclear weapon? All of their bargaining goes right out the window. They cannot get anything from the world anymore. You know, the Iran nuclear deal, they used that to lift sanctions. And they continued doing what they were doing, which was funding terrorist groups in the region. If they can get sanctions lifted by threatening to have a nuke, that's significantly more valuable to them than actually having the nuke. They never wanted a nuke. I'm up to Polyrath now. Well, send them over if you want. You send them now, or I'll tell you what. Yeah, you can send them now if you want, but if you send them next week when I read this book, I will go through some of them. I'm just looking through here. Give me a second. Hey, Owen, want to listen to Killing America, but I can't seem to find the first chapter video because the playlist starts on chapter 2. I was hoping I could get some. Yes. You guys can help finding it. Yeah, I realized that somehow chapter 1 was just lost. So the other day I went back through all of my old live streams to find where I originally covered it. And I pulled it and I edited chapter 1 and uploaded it. And it is scheduled to release on Unfiltered. Let's see, chapter 1, where is it? It's scheduled. Actually, wait, where the fuck is chapter 1? I have chapter, no, is it, did it already release? Yes, it did release. It released 3 days ago, but I did not add it to the playlist. Let me add it now before I forget. Killing America by Gene Bailey. Save. Yep, it's added. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to add the other shit to it, the playlist as well. You won't be able to watch them yet, but they'll be there at least. Just so I don't forget. It should be on the playlist, chapter 1 now, and I'm about to reorder the playlist if you give it just a second. So that chapter 1 is first. Killing America was a wild ride. That's for sure. It was an interesting one. In one man's humble opinion. Okay. Playlists. Killing America by Gene Bailey. Let me just make sure it's ordered correctly. What the fuck? Why isn't it letting me... here we go. Videos. Alright, yes. Chapter 2... Chapter 3, Chapter 4, 5. Yeah, good. Okay. And Chapter 1. Wait, why can't I... For some reason, it's not letting me... Oh, here we go. I've got it. I've got it. Okay. 8, 11. These are misnumbered. That's frustrating. 11. Furry Pound. I forgot about that. Okay, I think Furry Pound was episode 1, I believe. Maybe I should just do it the right way instead of... No, yeah, it was episode 1. Okay, I reordered it correctly. Yes, we're good. It should be ordered correctly now. 14, 13, 12, 11, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, where is 9 and 10? I got to add those. All right, let's listen to this.
Why don't you come to the table, make a deal that will make it absolutely impossible to do what you say Iran wants to do, and that is not develop a nuclear weapon. We can have peace if you come to the table and present the United States and the world with an airtight, not the old plan, but an airtight plan to do what you say you want to do. That is, prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. So here we can be on the same page here, and we can avoid further war. Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, speaking on behalf of the
Which is hollow.
Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
For some reason, I can't find episodes 9 or 10. I know I have them. I'll figure out what the deal is with that.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who
Yeah, this dude is a complete piece of shit. Dershowitz, he is just evil.
used to go to Rape Island
With that already,
with him.
I'm a lawyer.
For a person who frequented Rape Island,
You know what? Let me actually see if I can find the whole thing, because I feel like we jumped in halfway through. Is this it?
It's a question of who is pulling.
Military option.
Where is it? He had him on for the whole episode, apparently. Where's the debate, though? This isn't... This is 4 months old. No, I'm looking for the new one. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Where does it begin? Right here. Begins right here. That's weird. Why did I... Goes to the end. Okay, let me grab this.
And brokering the terms of peace. Professor at Tehran University, Mohammed Morandi, and lawyer, scholar, and author Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. We've not had you two debating on Uncensored. I hope we can conduct it in a civilized manner. Mohammed Morandi, let me start with you. I've been having a lot of debates in the last few days about the state of this war, and it seems to me that whatever people think of the Iranian regime, it is holding out against the might of the American and Israeli military pretty capably so far. We're nearly 5 months into this war. What is your overall assessment of where the war is?
well, contrary to what I heard in your little love fest with the spokesman of the genocidal regime, the regime in Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv have both failed utterly in their war of aggression on Iran, both last year and this year. And of course, it was always based on a lie. And we know that they were lying. The International Atomic Energy Agency has never indicated that Iran at any point was seeking a nuclear weapon. US intelligence since 2003, at least since then, admits that Iran was never seeking a nuclear weapon. Tulsi Gabbard just last year, under oath, said Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon.
Right. They don't want one. They have never wanted one. They have always wanted to use the threat of having a nuclear weapon as a bargaining chip because it's useful to them. They get things out of it. What do they get? Like sanctions relief, for example. After they get a nuclear weapon, nothing. They get nothing. If they actually threaten to use a nuclear weapon after actually owning one, it's over. Like, no one is going to work with them. They're going to completely isolate them, like North Korea style. They cannot use a nuclear weapon, and they know that. So threatening to build one is the best deal that they can get.
And Joe Kent, in his resignation letter at the beginning of the war, an appointee by Trump, head of anti-terrorism, he said that Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon and that it was not a threat to the United States, contrary to what the madman was saying before this discussion. But we know that Joe Kent also said the reason for this war is the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. And yes, the United States has failed. They failed in the 40 days of war. They failed in the 12-day war. They failed in the 40 days of battle. They failed in siege warfare against the Iranian people, and they failed in the recent conflict with or aggression with the Iranians. And they will fail in future. And they are the United States under pressure from Zionists. They are pushing the global economy towards a cliff. And if this continues, we will have a global economic depression.
Alan Dershowitz, your response to that?
We are in 1935 Germany. Versailles Treaty, Germany starting to rearm.
I know a lot about this subject. I know more than Alan Dershowitz does. I guarantee it. I've written multiple books on this subject. And he's saying, I believe, that we're in 1935 Germany because people don't like Donald Trump and the left is trying to attack Donald Trump. Hold on.
Oh, Hunter Lopez.
Sorry, I'm just trying to... Wait a minute.
Marco, before you talk...
I think I forgot to upload a whole tranche of videos to my Unfiltered channel. I did. I completely missed a whole tranche, including episodes 9 and 10 of Killing America. I'm just now realizing that. Damn! That sucks. That's okay. That's fine. I'll fix that. The Killing America episodes are going to be out of order, that's all. I don't have a Lindell episode recently, do I? No, I don't. I completely forgot to upload these. Damn. Cannot believe I did that. Okay. I'll upload them now. And I will process the metadata. And later today, I will have those up, so yeah.
It's drafting people, it's violating the treaty, and England and France could have destroyed in a preventive war what eventually resulted in 100 million deaths from Nazi Germany, but they didn't.
What? 100 million deaths from Nazi Germany? What the fuck are you smoking? Germany killed 6 million Jews and between 10 and 17 million people total in World War II. He's probably conflating 100 million, he's probably conflating the total number of people killed by communism, quote unquote, as these scumbags like to say, which is arguable. It depends on what you're counting, how many people died total between like 1935 and like 1972 or some shit. I don't even remember what number they used to calculate it. 100 million people killed by Germany. This dude has no idea what he's talking about. But
why? Because if they had gone in 1935, it would have been messy. It wouldn't have happened in 5 days. It would have taken time. It would have involved casualties. But in the end, 100 million lives would have been saved.
He has no clue what he's talking about here.
And that's where we are today. Look, Iran is trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
They are absolutely not. And I cannot accept that he genuinely believes this. I refuse to accept that he believes this. He is not an idiot. He's an evil fucking scumbag, but he's not an idiot.
About what he or anybody else says, every sane, rational person has to assume that Iran would develop a nuclear weapon if it could, and as President Trump has said, would probably use it, maybe not from a bomb, but maybe by giving it to terrorist groups. And so,
No, please. They've been able to build a nuke for like ever.
so what we have is a situation where the United States and Israel can help prevent a great, great catastrophe. And as your previous guest from Israel said, they've already done that. They've set back the nuclear program. We don't know whether it's months or years, but it's not imminent anymore. And so,
Oh my God, they haven't done jack shit. And honestly, like Iran gives a fuck. Again, the valuable part is holding it over people's heads. The valuable part is saying, we're gonna do it if you don't blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter how far back you think you've set their nuclear program. They can still hold it over their heads. I mean, look at what's happening right now. Trump is going to full-blown war with Iran because they're holding it over people's heads, or because Trump wants you to think they're holding it over people's heads at a bare minimum.
So it has succeeded to that extent, but it's messy and it's very difficult, and it's not going to have a clear resolution. But it's better than the alternative, because the alternative would have been Iran developing a nuclear weapon and having the world beholden to it because it has a nuclear weapon. We made a mistake in North Korea. We allowed them to develop nuclear weapons. The other countries that have nuclear weapons aren't going to use them. But Iran has a policy of being able to use every weapon it can to destroy the great Satan, the United States, and the small Satan, Israel. And so I really think
Wait, I'm sorry, one more time?
policy of being able to use every weapon it can to destroy the great Satan, the United States. And
The great Satan, the United States, and the great Satan, Israel. Like I said, Iran, you know, they do fund terrorism around the world. They do that. Or around the Middle East at a bare minimum. Yes, absolutely. You know how you get them to stop doing that? Negotiation. It doesn't matter what you do or how you think you're going to, whatever. When you go to war with people, you create more terrorists. When you go to war, especially with the civilian population, the way that the U.S. has with Iran, you end up destroying people's homes, and you create the next generation of terrorists as a result. You solve terrorism by negotiation, not by war. You cannot. War on terror is an obnoxiously stupid fucking term. You don't negotiate with terrorists, as in, if somebody kidnaps somebody else, you don't negotiate to get them out necessarily, because that encourages them to kidnap others. But, you know, when you're dealing with a terrorist state or state-sponsored terrorism generally, you solve it through negotiation. Look, if you stop sponsoring terrorism around the world, Israel will stop their genocide in Gaza, that kind of thing. But they don't want to do that, because Israel wants to continue their genocide in Gaza, obviously.
and the small Satan, Israel. And so I really think that this war, unsuccessful as it has been to produce a final result, will go down in history as probably the most important war since World War II.
That is so delusional, I don't even know where to start.
In the sense of at least setting back and preventing an even greater catastrophe from occurring. It's not perfect, and it will have all kinds of problems, and nobody should claim that the nuclear program has been completely obliterated or that it's been a complete success. It's not a complete success.
None of this is successful in any way, shape, or form. This is complete nonsense.
It's just a lot better than the alternative.
What's the alternative exactly? Is he saying the alternative is to just leave Iran alone and that's bad? Leaving Iran alone is bad? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
But is it a remote success, Alan? Because last time
No, not even a little.
I checked, the Iranian regime still has all its enriched uranium. They've given no indication that they're prepared to surrender any of that. And their chances, therefore, of developing the nuclear weapon in the way that you fear seem to be exactly the same as they were before all this. And again, I'll repeat to what I said to Doran Spillman, which is we were assured at the end of a 12-day war by President Trump that had put back Iran's nuclear aspirations in terms of developing a nuclear weapon by decades. And yet 8 months later, we have to launch a fully fledged war against them because they're about to use nuclear weapons. These things can't all be true.
No, it's true. That's
No, it's not. It's not true. He is so full of shit. This Epstein's lawyer, this pedophile, is so full of shit. Honestly.
It's absolutely accurate. But what it has done is it's set back the program considerably. For example, yes, they still have enriched uranium. By the way, why do they have it if they're not trying to develop nuclear weapons? But they're buried. And both Israel and the United States have eyes, satellite eyes on it. And right now, it's not accessible to them. Right
now, it's not accessible. Yeah, dipshit. We know that. But there's still the threat that they're gonna use it. They've been using the threat of building a nuke for fucking decades to get concessions, to get what they want. And Netanyahu and others feed into it ridiculously. By the way, Neriko, I saw the ones that you sent. Pretty interesting. I love that. I'll show them and talk about them soon. Hang on. Let me find something. I know I have this clip. I know I have this. Hang on.
Hey,
The truth.
You spend it.
Yeah, I can't find it, but there's a video. I thought for sure I had a copy. Netanyahu, it's a compilation of Netanyahu basically saying Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, starting from like 1997 all the way through to 2026. He's been saying they're 2 weeks away for literally 30 years. It's insane that anybody believes this nonsense at this point.
now, the centrifuges are in great difficulty. Small victories when it comes to preventing nuclear war are very, very important. And, you know, I think a lot of people make the mistake of assuming one side is going to win, one side is going to lose. No, we can have a calibrated successes. And what was
not going to happen, okay? Whether they can reach their nukes or their nuclear material right now or not is completely irrelevant. They know that. He knows that.
Seeing here is a calibrated success in setting back the nuclear program, not 20 years, not 6 months, probably a couple of years. The threat is not imminent, and there are many things that can happen.
Right. Okay, awesome. The threat's not imminent. Why the fuck are we there then? If Trump did what he went in to do, why the fuck is he still there?
We don't know what the fate of Pickaxe Mountain is going to be. It, too, may be subject to attack because of its ability to produce perhaps nuclear weapons. This is an ongoing battle. It will not end in 5 weeks. It will not end in 5 years. The goal is to make sure that Iran never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, develops nuclear weapons. And my opponent on the other side doesn't seem to have a problem with that. He doesn't think Iran ever wants to develop nuclear weapons.
They don't.
So why don't you come to the table, make a deal that will make it absolutely impossible to do what you say Iran wants to do, and that is not develop a nuclear weapon. We can have peace if you come to the table and present the United States and the world with an airtight, not the old plan, but an airtight
Oh my
plan.
God, this dude is just going and going.
To do what you say you want to do, that is prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. So here we can be on the same page here, and we can avoid further war. Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, speaking on behalf of the Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who
absolutely
used to go to Rape Island.
Yeah, he absolutely did. That's 100% true.
With him,
I'm a lawyer,
for a person who frequented Rape Island, I think anything that he says is nonsense. And see, I listened to him. But he's a lawyer, yet he cannot tolerate the words of a layman. That's how weak his argument is. Now, of course, someone who supports the genocidal regime of Israel would say this sort of nonsense. And of course, we recall how the South African government in its ICJ complaint showed genocidal intent by the Israeli regime, including the Israeli prime minister, whose spokesman you brought on and had this little love fest before this discussion. And
you know what, you don't have to keep making Professor Morandi, just to be clear, it wasn't a love fest.
I can spend my I didn't see we didn't see the first section. Maybe we'll go back and watch that after this.
Spend my time
I make some tough
want. Statements.
I treated him with the same respect
No,
I try and treat
didn't.
you until you
never interrupted him.
till you inevitably go till you always invariably go ad hominem.
Hey, that's a fair point. You never interrupted him. He said some insane shit. Dershowitz did. He said some wild shit. And Piers Morgan never interrupted him. Totally.
On people. Try not to go ad hominem. Stop with the silly digs. Stick to the proper debate we're having.
This isn't ad hominem. Ad hominem is where you make an argument that the points that they made are invalid because they're a piece of shit or because they're whatever. Because they, went to Epstein's Island. You're not addressing the points. That's not an ad hominem. He's simply pointing out that he went to Epstein's Island and that he was Epstein's lawyer, his literal lawyer. If he doesn't want that brought up, then maybe try not going to Epstein's Island.
And viewers may learn something. Force yourself.
Let the viewers judge, Piers. I know where you stand, Piers. I saw your previous interview with Ehud Barak. I saw it with this spokesman. We know where you stand, so that's not really important. But the point is that
where do you think I stand? Where do you think I stand?
You stand with the genocide. You stand with the ethno-supremacist regime. I once asked you 3 times in a row, do you consider an ethno-supremacist regime to be legitimate? And you refuse to answer. And the tone of your language, the fact that you do not, the fact that I'm not allowed to speak.
Hang on, just to be clear, and I want to get back to the debate in a moment, but just to be clear, I have repeatedly asked you in our numerous interviews, and I platform you regularly, something you always try and diminish in terms of its significance, but I do, and I've always asked you to tell me one critical thing about your own regime, and you always fail, which is very telling. So let's just park that to one side. Now let's get back to the debate.
My regime is infinitely superior to your genocidal regime that helped the Israeli regime in the genocide.
Damn, which one is worse? I don't think that this is relevant at all. I don't see why this would matter to the conversation. We're talking about how evil Israel is right now. But which is worse, the Israeli regime or the Iranian regime? I would say the Israeli regime is worse, because they are literally actively committing a genocide. I think that Iran might be willing to commit a genocide, which is bad and evil and wrong, but only one of them is actually doing it right now. So I would say Israel is worse.
My regime, as you like
My Sharona, yeah, right.
to call it, your guest doesn't want me to speak, obviously. My regime did not pull the plug on little infants in the hospital, in the premature babies in the Al-Nasser hospital. Pull the plug on those premature babies and let them die.
Yeah, Israel is evil right now. It's horrifyingly evil. Notice I didn't say Jews. I said Israel, the state of Israel. Israel likes conflating the two because it is an ethno-state. But I'm talking about the Israeli regime that exists right now. Not everybody in the Israeli government is in favor of that. Well, that may not technically be true. Let me rephrase. Not everybody in Israel is in favor of this. But the ones in power absolutely are, and they are doing some horrifying shit.
My regime didn't do that. The regime that you support did that. But getting back to the topic, the reality is that chemical weapons were used on our country with the support of your government. I survived 2 chemical attacks. And then your guest has the audacity to say that Iran would use weapons of mass destruction. During the Iran-Iraq war, the state, the leader, refused to produce chemical weapons. Even though the military politicians asked him, he said, no, it's immoral. So we had to suffer.
Actually, it's a war crime to use chemical weapons. You're not allowed to use chemical weapons, period. Tear gas, for example. You know, the stuff that the United States uses on its protesters? That is a war crime on an international level. You're not legally allowed to use tear gas. It's a chemical weapon. Why it's allowed to be used on protesters in the U.S. is beyond me.
Your chemical weapons, and your governments prevented our government from even purchasing gas masks. My gas mask was bought on the black market. It was North Korean. So don't talk about weapons of mass destruction to me when my friends have died because of your chemical weapons. Your regime is the regime that has used nuclear weapons twice. And your ally, your genocidal ally, the apartheid regime, the illegitimate regime, where 44% of young Jews below the age of 35 in the United States, believe that Jews and Palestinians have to live together in one state with equal rights. That is exactly the Iranian policy. So despite your propaganda, despite your nonsense, despite the lies that you promote, people are waking up. Jews in the United States are waking up. Christians, Muslims, people from all walks of life are seeing who's carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You know, Ronald Reagan, when this genocidal regime in 1982 invaded Lebanon, he called it a Holocaust. This is far worse than the Holocaust of 1982.
I absolutely agreed. I 100% agree with this dude. No question.
But you refuse to acknowledge this genocide, whereas the population in Gaza has collapsed. It's not 70 or 80,000 people who've died. As a result of this war, hundreds of thousands have died.
I agree. I think that the statistics bear that out. And at a bare minimum, if they haven't died, they have completely lost their homes, their families, their everything. Their children are dead. The scale of human suffering is unimaginable. It's just a horror show, and it's an intentional horror show. Every single day, new videos surface of Israel using drones to fire on children carrying water back to their refugee camp because their home was destroyed. Every single day. It is a Holocaust. let me rephrase. That may not be the right word to use here technically. Holocaust means destroying with fire, basically. In Germany, the Holocaust was a systemic, mechanized industry where they were mass executing large numbers of people in chambers and then cremating them or burying them or whatever. That was genocide, clear as day. And I would call that a Holocaust for sure, obviously. That's the definition of Holocaust. What's happening now is they are destroying people's homes and bombing civilians indiscriminately. That's absolutely a genocide. It fits the definition perfectly. Holocaust? I don't know. I think that I'd be willing to take the step and say yes, but I think that's a little bit more nuanced.
The population has collapsed. People are dying every day, not just because the kids are being bombed or being sniped, because they're dying of illnesses and a lack of medicine that this filthy regime is imposing on the people, on the kids of Gaza. But you want to look away and antagonize the Iranian people.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's even worse than that. Dershowitz is not looking away. He's watching and enjoying it.
Or the Palestinians or Hezbollah or whoever else it is that you'd like to antagonize so that they can get away with this. But you will not be able to do so because people are waking up across the world.
I need to get Alan to respond.
Okay,
Alan, Alan, hang on 1 second. Before you give a response to what you just heard, I just want to stress again that Israel has never been more unpopular globally, and not least in the United States, where 50% nearly of Americans said they would like to see Netanyahu arrested for war crimes.
Absolutely, obviously, he was charged and convicted in the International Criminal Court, 100%. This isn't even a question. Yes, he should be charged for war crimes.
Where 2/3 of Americans have a negative view of Israel. You know, my view of this is that Israel's current government is populated with people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, these other guys, who are complete psychopaths, and that the activities that they are promoting in, for example, the West Bank at the moment and so on, are making Israel a global pariah. Does that not concern you?
Of course it does, and I'm not at all a supporter of Ben-Gvir. I'm not a supporter of Smotrich.
Well, that actually surprises the fucking shit out of me, because the things that Dershowitz says are right from the lips of those two people. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich specifically are in Netanyahu's cabinet. They aren't some fringe nutcases. They are extremely influential in the Israeli government. You can't both support the Israeli government and not support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are saying or doing. They are one and the same. They are the Israeli government right now. What are you fucking talking about? That's like saying, I support what the Trump administration is doing, but I don't support his cabinet. What? His cabinet is making these decisions.
I am a supporter of the nation state of the Jewish people. I am a proud Zionist. Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people. Israel is the only non-colonialist state in the Middle East.
The only non-colonialist state? Really? Israel is non-colonialist?
The other states were established by colonialist regimes after the First World War. Israel fought against colonialism and self-determination. I am not here to support everything Israel does. I wouldn't vote for Ben-Gvir. I wouldn't vote for Smotrich. I have to tell you that if in 1935, Winston Churchill had been the Prime Minister of England, and he had...
Okay, let me give you an example of what's happening in Israel right now. I don't know if you guys knew this, but we discovered a while back, science discovered, that Native Americans have a strong link to East Asian DNA. They have a lot of East Asian DNA, right? So people from East Asia came over the Bering Strait, say, I don't know, 20,000 years ago, maybe. I'm not sure how long ago exactly. And created settlements here in the Americas, North and South America, and all of that other stuff. Built tribes and all that stuff. What Israel is doing right now in the Middle East would be like if Japan decided to come to America and destroy the American government and say, we were here first, we own this now, because we have a 20,000 year history in this region, and we have the DNA to prove it, so we live here now, and we are taking over the government, and you can go get fucked. That is exactly what Israel is doing. We have the DNA to prove that we controlled this region 2,000 years ago. Is that true? Yeah, sure. Ashkenazi Jews are predominantly from Europe, but they can trace their DNA back to a specific common region, the Middle East, Israel area, from 2,000 years ago. Have they lived there that entire time? No. They're from Poland, they're from Czechoslovakia, they're from Ukraine, and all over. I think once you get to Russia and Azerbaijan area, you're dealing with Sephardic Jews, not Ashkenazi Jews anymore. But, you know, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and, but Sephardic and Ashkenazi and Mizrahi all share common DNA markers showing that they were all from the same region in the Middle East thousands of years ago. This is no different from Japan or China coming in and saying, we control the United States now because our DNA, people with our similar DNA markers were here before Europeans were here. Would anybody stand for that? No. Obviously fucking not. Tell me again, it's not a colonial state. Is Israel not a colonial state, really?
Gone into Germany and attacked them, he would be the most unpopular person in the world. It's very unpopular to engage in preventive wars because you don't know what you're preventing. History is blind and deaf to the future. You only know what you're doing now. And so it takes...
Hang on, let me open this. We were at 2940. So 29. Yeah, there we are.
What you're preventing.
Hold on, let me turn it up.
History is blind and deaf to the future. You only know what you're doing now. And so it takes enormous courage of the kind that not only Winston Churchill had, but that Benjamin Netanyahu has had, that Ronald Reagan has had.
Wow, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu had the courage, or has the courage, of Winston Churchill, huh? Okay.
That George Washington had back in the day. It takes tremendous courage to get involved in a war that is unpopular. The Revolutionary War was unpopular with many, many parts of the United States.
What? You gotta be fucking kidding me right now.
It was the right war, the Second World War. Nobody wanted to get into it on the basis from the United States. Lindbergh was against it. The Poles were showing against it.
Bro, Lindbergh was a fucking Nazi. Yes, Nazis were opposed to World War II. No shit. I think we were all aware of that one.
It took enormous courage to take on Adolf Hitler. And, you know, I hate to say this, but I think I'm in 1935, and I'm sitting opposite Joseph Goebbels right now, and he's making the propaganda case.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're sitting across from Goebbels? The propaganda that this guy spreads is genuinely insane.
For the Nazi regime, just the way this professor is making the propaganda case for the new Nazi regime, which is the regime of Iran. Will you at least admit, sir, will you at least admit that Iran murdered in cold blood as many as 50,000 innocent protesters?
50,000? That's a lot. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Do they kill protesters? Absolutely. Sure. I don't like Iran. Iran bad. IRGC bad. We'll put it that way. IRGC bad. Yes, we can all agree. I assume Alan Dershowitz, or in fact, I know Alan Dershowitz will not admit to how evil the country of Israel is right now. He refuses to admit to how evil they are.
And would you admit, if that's true, that that comes closer to genocide than anything that Israel has been accused of doing in self-defense?
No, because genocide is... because genocide has specific definitions to it. It's not just killing a bunch of people. There is specific meaning behind this. And Alan Dershowitz knows that. He's simply lying here. He's twisting the facts intentionally to make people... or to make Israel look not as bad as they are, and to make Iran look worse than they are.
After its people were raped, kidnapped, murdered on October 7th, would you at least admit that the Iranian regime has killed?
Wait. Iran did not do October 7th. Is he trying to imply Iran did October 7th?
Many, many, many thousands of people? Yes or no?
You know, we are not in 1935. We are
Yes or
not
no?
in 1939.
Yes or no?
We are in 1942. You are the Nazi regime that is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza.
I agree.
You are the Nazi who is doing it as we speak. You're the evil monster. You say Israel is not a colonial regime? You're from Eastern Europe. You're European. All of those Ashkenazi Jews who are now running the country, they're from Eastern Europe. You came and slaughtered. I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you as you were ranting. The people who you support, the people who are running the country, they're Polish. They're Ukrainian. They're from Czechoslovakia.
You know, Jewish is not a race. Hitler spread the idea that Jew is a race. It's not. It never was. You could say, I suppose, that it's an ethnicity, only because Jewish people commonly intermarry, just like Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons commonly intermarry. And given enough time, a couple thousand years, you could say Mormonism and Jehovah's Witness would be an ethnicity in the same way, because they would have common DNA markers. But Judaism is a religion, not a race. Hitler turned it into a race, famously. The people running Israel right now view it as a race that is in perpetual danger of being snuffed out by their enemies. You know, interestingly enough, Israel is not the first ethno-state that was created to protect a quote-unquote race of people from being killed. And don't get me wrong, there is so much anti-Semitism out there, it's insane. For some reason, the Jews are always viewed as like the perpetual perpetrator, you know, in many, many societies, nonsensically. It's an old trope. But Serbia, the Serbs created an ethno-state because they believed they had a right to protect their ethnicity from being snuffed out. The exact same way, the exact same everything. No ethno-states. Okay, can we not all agree ethno-states bad? I think we should all be able to say ethno-states bad. But Israel is the exception, apparently.
They're from Eastern Europe. You're not even a Semite. You're the anti-Semite because you've been slaughtered. You won't let me talk. You are afraid.
Semite is not a genetic lineage. There is no common DNA between Semites. It's a language grouping. It is not a genetic grouping. Like Ethiopian is a Semitic language, if I'm not mistaken, and Arabic and some others. But Jews and Arabs do not share common DNA markers like that. There is no common Semitic DNA like that.
You're afraid because you know you have no argument. You have no leg to stand on. You slaughtered the Semite Palestinians, and you took their land. And you are a proud Zionist who supports a regime that celebrates the rapists in prison. They rape Palestinians in prison.
This is a real thing that happened in Israel. There was, I'm not going to go into too much detail, FYI. I'm going to keep it real basic. But basically, there was a kid who was taken advantage of in prison, a Palestinian kid, taken advantage of violently by Israelis, by the Israeli prison guards, so brutally that he needed surgery afterward. And the doctor who performed the surgery was doxxed by talk shows, by everybody. And there was like a full-blown doxing hate campaign against the doctor who helped the kid. And the Israeli perpetrators who actually did this went on the talk show circuit and got famous, unmasked, and were celebrated as heroes. No joke. It was just insane and evil. That is absolutely true, unambiguously true, and fucking evil.
In prison, they rape Palestinians in prison, and then they're celebrated on television.
That absolutely happened.
This is, if you don't let me talk, you're just exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself.
Like you did to that 12-year-old on Epstein Island. Quit it.
You're exposing yourself just as you exposed yourself with Epstein.
I'm Israel.
So in response to your nonsense, the nonsense about 50,000 people, those lies have been responded to by the Iranian people. Stop ranting. I'm speaking. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. 3,117 people died thanks to an armed insurgency that your regime and the Israeli regime funded and supported. You're a coward. You are a coward. You won't let me talk. You're afraid. You're afraid of me talking.
Israel absolutely does fund and inspire like insurrections and political instability in Iran, or just general instability of all different sorts. They 100% do that. They did the same in Gaza, as a matter of fact. They funded Hamas, which was a political party, a violent extremist political party. They funded them when they were trying to come to power in 2006 because they knew that it would be more beneficial to them to have political extremism rather than stability in Gaza. If Gaza had stability, political stability, there would be less of a justification to go in and fuck with them.
I'm afraid.
The lawyer, Epstein's lawyer, Trump's lawyer, is afraid of me, a layman, talking. Why? Because you have no leg to stand on. The Iranian people have spoken. They went to the streets in the tens of millions. They went. You're a coward. You won't let me talk. I let you talk because I'm not afraid of you. People are not afraid of you anymore. You can kill Epstein. You can kill. You can kill whoever you like, but we're not afraid. You can bomb my house. You can kill me with my family, but I'm not afraid of you. I will support the Palestinian people until your regime bombs my home. So go and tell them that. I'm prepared to die for the Palestinian people. But you who used to frequent Epstein Island, you have no principles and no morality.
I think it's a little bit beyond frequenting Epstein Island, though. Like I said, if I'm not mistaken, this dude literally was his lawyer and like admitted to getting massages from girls, quote unquote. Massages.
The Iranian people came to the streets in the tens of millions. We all know it. The footage is there. The international journalists were there, not just in Iran, but in Iraq. The Iranian people have spoken whose side they are.
Yeah, not just that. There's a doctor who is about as trustworthy as they come. He's been going to Gaza for 30 years and taking care of like the children there. I forget what maybe it's Doctors Without Borders. By the way, let's get those doctors some borders, huh? I'm so tired of hearing about Doctors Without Borders. We got to fix that. Anyway, he goes to Gaza to basically do charity work to help give free medical care to Gazan children. And he reported this, among other doctors who also reported this. Israel was shooting children in a different limb every day. One day they would come in with their arms mutilated. One day they would come in with their testicles shot off. The children, these little boys, like 8 years old, they'd shoot at their genitals. One day they would all come in with leg wounds. They were using children as target practice. I wouldn't make that claim unless I was very confident it's real. I looked into it to be extra super sure it's real. That really happens. I'm telling you, like, the Israeli regime is like the Nazi regime in Germany in the 30s. They are completely fucking evil. And they claim to be the most moral army in the world. It's shameful and horrifying.
No one is going to be fooled by your
Alan, respond.
propaganda to justify war.
Well, let's get this lawsuit
Okay, Alan
straight.
Dershowitz.
How many times do you think I was at Jeffrey Epstein's island? How many times?
Well, I mean, he was his lawyer, so who fucking knows how many times. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't just do things on his island. His emails with Elon Musk prove that he was doing things all over the place, including his, like, place in New York City, which is where I believe Donald Trump took advantage of a child, was in his place in New York City, Jeffrey Epstein's place, if I'm not mistaken. Like, the island was not the only place bad shit was happening, obviously.
Say it again so we could get it on tape. How many times?
One time is more than enough, but I think you've been there five,
You're
six
saying
times.
multiple times. How many times do you think I was there?
I think you were there 5, 6 times.
Say it again. 5.
It's wise of him to say, I think you were there 5 or 6 times. That's an opinion and safe from libel or defamation, which is what he's threatening right now, obviously.
5, 6 times. Yeah,
Something like that, yeah.
I was his lawyer, just the way I was the lawyer for Palestinians.
What a naive lawyer.
No, don't interrupt me. I was the lawyer for Palestinian students who tried to hang the flag when Yasser Arafat died. I was the lawyer for Nazis in Skokie, Illinois. I helped represent them.
Wow, great. Awesome. Are you trying to, like, improve your reputation or destroy it? I don't understand. Also, look, everybody deserves a defense. Absolutely. I agree. 100%. People deserve a defense. I don't have a problem with the fact that Epstein had a lawyer. I have a problem with the fact that this dude also frequented his island and admitted, if I'm not mistaken, to taking advantage of children. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he left his underwear on during all of this. That's what he said, if I remember correctly. I should probably look this up to be sure. I'll find out. By the way, Nerikol, nice images so far. I like that. That's good. it stores electricity in its face. That's proof that Pikachu is evil. Hold on, I'm just looking for if you give me just a second here. I'll find out.
I would even represent you if anybody tried to prevent
I
you
don't
from.
need you.
I'm a lawyer.
I don't
and
need you.
a lawyer does, and that's what lawyers should be proud of. I mean, I'm going to continue to represent people you don't like as long as I have the current strength to do it. And you can cite that as an argument against Israel, but it has nothing to do with Israel. It's just an ad hominem attack on me as a lawyer and on the American legal system. You wouldn't understand the American legal system because you don't have a legal
yourself said you
system.
regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense.
Say it again.
You yourself admitted that you regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense to me.
I don't regret being his lawyer. I'm proud to have been his lawyer.
Regret.
I'm proud to have been President Clinton's lawyer. I'm proud to have been Ted Kennedy's lawyer. I'm proud to have been the lawyer for hundreds of indigent people who didn't have enough money to have a lawyer. And I would be happy to go to Iran and represent the people who can't get lawyers there, who were executed yesterday because they went to demonstrations. You have to say what you're saying.
The two people who were executed yesterday, and I've tweeted the footage. The two people, I'm glad you said this. You are so naive. You're not a good lawyer. I tweeted this yesterday, and I will retweet it after this debate. The two people who were executed yesterday, they burned 4 police officers alive and stabbed them.
Who were executed?
Okay, I'm not sure if that's true. I don't like the Iranian regime. I don't trust the Iranian regime. I think that they're evil, honestly. I really do. The regime, specifically. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be corrected on that, but I just don't trust them.
They were executed because of murdering 4 police officers. So I will retweet that today. But that's by the way, what happened during that armed? Don't be afraid. Let me explain. Don't be afraid of people listening. You are the one. You are the one from the civilized world. You are the proud Zionists, the ethno-supremacists that we should all be listening to. So don't worry about what. Don't worry.
What's this tie? What is he showing us?
If people hear what I say, your own Israeli regime, the regime that you love so much, is self-admitted that they were behind the armed insurgency. Channel 14 of the Israeli regime, which is close to Netanyahu itself, said, and I tweeted this, and others have too, that the Israeli regime, they helped send in, along with Americans, they helped send in the weapons that killed hundreds of police officers during those 2 days of armed insurgency. Your own regime admits it. Your own regime admits it.
I hope that's true. I would like to see the United States and Israel together topple the Iranian regime and replace it by a democratic regime where all people can vote and all people have free speech. I would be happy to participate in any such attempt to try to topple this Nazi regime. That's what would have happened in 1935.
Right. Iran is the Nazi regime. Again, I don't like the Iranian regime, but Israel is very clearly following in the footsteps of the Nazi regime, seriously.
If they had done the right thing, we have a chance now to have peace in the world by toppling the Iranian regime. It won't happen overnight.
That's not how it works.
It won't happen quickly, but ultimately the good people of Iran, will rise up against their evil leaders who kill them in the street and will give them ultimately, for the first time, real democracy. That's what we want.
So says the genocide supporter. The genocide supporter who's supporting an ongoing genocide where every day Palestinians are dying, every single day as we speak. And Western media won't tell anyone about it because it's controlled by the same sort of people who you are aligned to.
the Jews
Those
control
kids
the
who are
media.
dying of disease every day. Those
Let's get
parents
the
who are
Jews
dying every
controlling
day
the media.
because of a lack of proper food and medicine. You are responsible. And
But
all
I want
those
to
Western journalists who've been trying to distract
controls the
public
media.
opinion away from it. The only guilt of
By the way, Dershowitz said he kept his underwear on during a massage at Epstein's house. This is true. Quote, I kept my underwear on during the massage. I don't like massages particularly. Came up in a WPLG TV Local 10 Miami interview in the context of him denying he'd ever seen an underage girl there. He said he had no idea whether young women were giving massages in another part of the house when he wasn't around, then added the underwear line. My God, dude. It's Jonathan Turley, apparently.
the Iranian people, the only guilt of the Iranian people and Hezbollah and Yemen is that they say no to genocide. That has been the guilt for 47 years. For decades, your regime has been supporting the apartheid and genocidal regime of Israel and supporting the most brutal regimes across the world in Latin America and Africa, in our region and in Asia. But
Israel
the only time, but your hostility is towards Iran because Iran says no to ethno-supremacism, just like 46% of young Jews in the United States. Iran says no to genocide, no to ethnic cleansing, no to colonization, and that Palestine must be a land where Jews and Christians and Muslims live as equal human beings. Your regime, your Israeli regime, because you're not loyal to the United States, you're loyal to the Israeli regime, to the genocidal regime. Your regime bombed during this war. Your regime bombed a synagogue. Your regime bombed a synagogue in Tehran. Why? Because that synagogue was not a Zionist synagogue. You hate Jews. You hate Jews that are not Zionists. You are an anti-Semite because you kill Palestinians, and you're from Eastern Europe. You have no right to slaughter and rape and murder.
All right, let me bring Alan back in here.
I completely agree.
All right, let me bring Alan back in. Alan, let's just talk about the politics of this, because you mentioned earlier that this could take 5 years, it could take longer. But there's a political relevancy to this, which is if Donald Trump was to lose the House and the Senate in the midterm elections,
which is nearly guaranteed to happen,
then he becomes a lame duck president and would then be highly likely to precipitate a loss in the general election for the Republicans. And the moment the Democrats get back into power, they're going to get out of this. So this could all be over regardless of whatever you would like or Donald Trump would like or Netanyahu would like. This could all be over within the next, just 2 and a bit years because of the politics of this in America.
That's right, because we have a democracy and we vote for what we want. Iran, on the other hand, in which only Muslims have rights, in which there's no free speech, there hasn't been an election for almost forever. They don't have those rights.
For almost forever. Is he talking about in Gaza? There was one in 2006, and there hasn't been one since. That's true. That's bad. There should be.
Yes, we can overthrow our government. Yes, the Democrats maybe will take control of the House and the Senate. That's a risk. That's what happened in Great Britain after Churchill won the Second World War with the United States. He got thrown out of power. Voters are fickle, but principled politicians, Churchillian politicians.
Churchillian. I love that, actually. I'm a fan of that name, Churchillian. Like Aristotelian, right? That's really good. I got to use that in my everyday life. Churchillian.
Do the right thing, regardless of what the political implications are. And the right thing is to continue to make sure that Iran doesn't pose a nuclear danger to the world. Now,
they don't. They never have. It has always been a ploy. This entire time, it was always a ploy for them to get concessions on a world stage, first of all. And second, wasn't Churchill a right-winger? I feel like he was. And he was the right person to have during World War II. I don't actually know a lot about Churchill. but maybe not the right person to have after World War II?
I want to pursue a little bit more of what our distinguished professor here said. He said Jews control the media, Jews control the media, Jews, and he start making other kinds of arguments.
You're a liar. You're a liar. A
Jews control the
lawyer.
media.
You're a lawyer, but you're a liar. You're a
Jews
lawyer, but you
control
openly
media?
lie. People are watching. Jews, 44% of young Jews in the United States under the age of 35, they don't believe your nonsense anymore. No one believes you. You bombed the Jewish synagogue in Tehran. You're the enemy of Jews. You are the. I never said you say that. The audience can judge for themselves. In fact, when you say Iran has no freedom of speech, your host, I've invited him to come to Iran on multiple occasions to see if there is free speech. When I tell him to read the book Going to Tehran, he gets angry because it goes against his narrative. But you speak on behalf of an ethno-supremacist regime, and you speak of free speech. Your country is run by oligarchs. You think that the people of the United States have free speech when they lose their jobs, when on campus they can't talk out against the Israeli regime and the brutality of the regime?
Free speech technically is a quality of state control. So your free speech is not being hindered unless the government is doing it. But freedom of expression applies beyond just the government. You have no right to free expression, but you have a right to free speech, right? Free expression is hindered when you're fired from your job for talking about Israel, or kicked out of your college, or whatever, or sued, unreasonably, when you're hit with 1 billion lawsuits that are completely unnecessary and untrue by Alan Dershowitz. That's what he does. He sues people who talk about Israel negatively, sues them for defamation. He's famous for it. So freedom of expression is being violated there. Hang on, let me see here. 43 to 51. All right, this is almost done. I'm actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to eat, because I haven't eaten yet today since I got up. Let's see. Because I take care of the kid until 5 a.m., and then I sleep from 5 a.m. till 1 p.m. normally. I got up at noon instead, 5 to noon. Took care of the kid until then. Anyway, I have to go eat something real fast. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll come back to this. I'm going to start it right at the beginning here, and we'll listen to the preamble and this dude, who I believe is an Israeli nutcase. All right, I'll be back in just a minute.
For war damage and for its control of Hormuz to be ratified. Oh, it wants to keep the enriched uranium too. In a moment, we'll be holding our own uncensored negotiation with representatives from both sides. It will not last 21 hours, but we begin with the newly appointed international spokesman for the embattled Israeli Prime Minister. Doron Spillman is familiar to many of our uncensored viewers. He now has the task of speaking for a man who is widely blamed for an unpopular war which has cost billions and killed thousands while depleting US munitions, inflating gas prices, shattering alliances, and emboldening the regime it sought to remove. Well, Doron Spillman, first of all, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Pierce.
Well, it was a blunt introduction, and it's based on a cold, hard reality, really. I mean, I never thought I'd wake up to see a poll that shows that nearly 50% of Americans want the Israeli Prime Minister arrested and charged with war crimes. It's pretty extraordinary that things have come to that. What is your reaction to that?
I can't comment on the poll. I haven't seen the poll. We know that polls can say anything. Depends who you're polling and what people think. But I can tell you about the Prime Minister is that this is a man who, together with President Trump yesterday, left the White House, two of the most important leaders in the entire world, coordinated. This is the 8th trip that the Prime Minister and the President, the 8th meeting that they've made together since President Trump was reelected. He has not met with any other leader in the entire world as much as he's met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and our team. They left the meeting, and I asked the Prime Minister, I said, how was it? He said, this was one of the best meetings I've ever had with Donald Trump in the 40 years, with President Trump in the 40 years since I've known him. And that just shows you, we're looking at two governments, Pierce, who are so fully coordinated in battling evil. I mean, let's take a step back right now. There's an evil in the world that's called Iran. I think it's objectively evil. They just hung 2 of their protesters in the streets. They've killed over 50,000. They've shot ballistic missiles, and they're firing all over the Middle East. And you have 2 leaders who are standing up alone with nobody else's help, saying we're not going to allow this evil to metastasize. Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu and the United States led by President Trump. And this will go down in history, as I've said to you before, Pierce, and I believe this, as the equivalent of having Churchill and Roosevelt fought against Hitler, not in 1942 or 41, but in 1938 before he took the Nazi regime and took over the Middle East. It took over Europe. It will go down in history as 2 men of incredible bravery and courage. And that's how we're going to see it then. And I think for many people, they can see that today. If you just look at the facts, they're standing alone against evil, and they are going to win by ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
Right, but the problem is you're not winning. We were told this would take 2 to 3 weeks, then it would take 5 to 6 weeks. We're now nearly 5 months into this. All of the war aims and predictions that Prime Minister Netanyahu made to Donald Trump in the White House Situation Room several weeks before this war started have turned out not to materialize. So the IRGC remain in control. The people haven't risen up. The Ayatollah has been replaced by his son, who's even more hardline. The Strait of Hormuz has become as powerful to the Iranian regime as a nuclear weapon. They're firing off missiles, as you said, to their neighboring Gulf states, but they're doing it in retaliation for being attacked themselves. And the upshot of all this is that it's very easy to argue that this evil Iranian regime, and I don't contest your categorization of it, that they are more emboldened now than they were before the war started. How the hell is that any kind of victory? And how does this end?
Pierce, if I was to tell you that a nuclear attack was prevented, would that be considered a success? Because had Israel and the United States not stepped up to the plate in June, and you and I spoke during that war and right after that war, had we not, and it was similar arguments, why is it taking so long, what's happening? Had we not stepped up to the plate in June 2025, then in December, January, February 2026, that Iran would have been armed with a nuclear weapon. We wouldn't be talking about the Straits of Hormuz, where Iran is threatening the world with a ballistic missile. Iran would be threatening today with a nuclear weapon. The price of gas isn't going to be $88 a barrel or $120 a barrel. It'll be thousands of dollars a barrel. Not to mention that they could shoot and say they will destroy Israel. They're planning on destroying the United States. They're burning pictures of President Trump in the streets, calling for his death. They're sending people into America. Threats are being taken care of that they are trying to kill the President of the United States. They would have moved forward and dropped an atomic weapon somewhere in the world. To have prevented that, is that, I can't think of a greater military success, Pierce, possibly in the 21st century. And we will look back and we'll understand.
There's one problem.
And you know what? To take care of the Iranian regime, if I just may, just to take care of this regime.
There's one problem. Doran, let me just hang on. Let me just rewind you.
Go ahead.
Let me rewind you, because you made a statement there. But here's the confusion for the rest of us watching on. After the 12-day war a year ago, which was deemed a spectacular military success, the President of the United States declared as a fact that Iran's nuclear program and aspirations had been put back decades. And yet you now want me to believe that within 8 months, the threat of them developing a nuclear weapon and using it imminently was right back again. So who's lying here? Who's telling the truth? Was Trump lying when he said that you put back the Israelis and Americans, the Iranian nuclear aspiration by decades last June? Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
I'm not a spokesman for the president, but I will say this. I think that President Trump has very good instincts. The Prime Minister Netanyahu, and President Trump have agreed on the outcome, which is the fact that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon whatsoever, or the ability to manufacture a nuclear weapon. And therefore, they're united on the goal. How the president decides to move forward to getting that done is up to him. But in answer to your question, President Trump and the state of Israel, led by Israel, in June with Operation Midnight Hammer, which is the United States name. It was Israel for 11 days, the U.S. coming in on the 12th day, causing irreparable damage, stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon today, set back that regime massively. However, what did Iran do as soon as the fighting stopped? We both know what they did. They didn't all of a sudden turn to the international community and say, you know what, we're going to turn over a new leaf. We're going to open businesses. We're going to take Trump's economic plan. Immediately, they eliminated protesters. 50,000 people were killed. And they went right back to developing their nuclear program. And I think at that point, President Trump sat back and said, wait a second, we just hammered them, Midnight Hammer. Israel hammered them. And the first thing they do is they go back to trying to produce a nuclear weapon. If that's what their intention is, then we have to try to finish the job. And then he said very clearly, we could do it the easy way with negotiation. I think he's been incredibly patient, or we could do it the hard way. And our perspective is, however the president decides to do it, and the prime minister's been very clear about this, go ahead and do it. As long as we both agree and we do, they will not have a nuclear weapon, because if they have it, the United States isn't going to be able to just disconnect from Iran and say, we'll be safe over here. No, they're building ballistic missiles to reach the East Coast. They already have ballistic missiles that can reach England, not to mention Israel. We cannot allow an arsonist and give him a torch and say, you know what, here's a torch, try not to light anything on fire. You wouldn't do that with your own family, and we can't do it with the world.
The problem is that nothing that you've been trying has worked. And that's self-evident, because we're now 5 months into this war. The regime's intact, the IRGC's in control, the people aren't rising up. They're using the Strait of Hormuz in any way they see fit. They're attacking their Gulf state neighbors with impunity. They've got plenty of ballistic missiles, it's clear, because they keep firing them. And yet I keep waking up and hearing, oh, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles have gone, and they're completely depleted, we're killing them. Are you? I mean, really? It doesn't look like it to me. Looks like the Iranians are actually getting the upper hand here, because they know that controlling the Strait of Hormuz holds the global energy market over a barrel. And even they may not have understood just how big a deal that would be in reality. But it is a massive deal. And what it does is put economic imperatives into play, and political ones, with the midterm elections coming in the United States in November. You've got elections, obviously, in Israel. And the Iranians know if they just string things out until then, political imperatives will come into play. I just don't see where the victory comes. You know, I'm seeing no sign of the revolution that you aspire to have happen. The regime appears completely in control and in power. The enriched uranium remains buried away. You've no idea where it is. I just don't see where the victory is coming here, unless you can say to me, well, here's how we're going to win, and here's the time scale. Can you do that?
You know, Pierce, I could respond to each and every single one of these points. We've done it before, and explain why the regime has been set back. I could talk about the ballistic missiles. I could talk about their command and control structure, which is already in the 4th tier. I could take this piece by piece, but you know what the biggest, and I want to respond. You know what this war brought out, and what Iran's biggest tactical mistake was, in addition to not accepting the peace deal and killing so many of their people, they played their hand. They played their hand now. They now realize, like you said, they control the Straits of Hormuz, and they can bring the world to its knees because of the financial crisis. And they played this hand before they have a nuclear weapon. Can we imagine, Pierce, if a nuclear weapon, which was 3 weeks away from Iran in June, and could be rebuilt again if this regime, if that enriched material is not removed, if they had a nuclear weapon, if they were smart, they never would have gone to the Straits of Hormuz. They would have said, we're going to accept everything, and they would have slowly built up their plan. Israel would have tried to take them out. And then if they got a weapon, they would have held the entire world hostage. But by playing their hand, we understand who they are. And you know what, Pierce, we can say back and forth all day long, we haven't done everything. No, we have to work towards defeating this regime. The president, with great wisdom, has said, you know what, I really want to negotiate. And by the way, Israel, I spoke with the prime minister about this directly. It's how he feels it in his heart. He said, if the president can get this done without us having to send our boys and girls, our airplanes, or whatever else in that region, we prefer it. If not, then we'll have to turn up the heat, and we'll have to use whatever military options are necessary. But we want to stretch this as long as we can to hope, and I don't know if it's possible. I'm skeptical, but to hope that maybe someone in Iran will for once think about the Iranian people, and we can look towards a ray of sunlight. But if not, we're going to have to use other options. And the president clearly has shown, as is Israel, that we have those options on the table.
I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu 3 times in my career, but we've tried every week since October the 7th to get him back on Uncensored, and he's so far resisted all our approaches. You now are his official spokesman. Could we get an interview with him?
I'm willing to bring it up. I'm only 1 week in my position.
I mean, I keep being told how fearless he is, so I don't know what would stop him. But maybe you could pass on the message that we have an open schedule for whenever he would make time for us. We'd appreciate it.
I will let him know, Pierce.
Doran Spielman, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Well, let's bring in our 2 national representatives for the uncensored attempt at brokering the terms of peace. Professor at Tehran University, Mohammed Morandi, and lawyer, scholar and author Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. We've not had you 2 debating on Uncensored. I hope we can conduct it in a civilized manner. Mohammed Morandi, let me start with you. You know, I've been having a lot of debates in the last few days about the state of this war, and it seems to me that whatever people think of the Iranian regime, it is holding out against the might of the American and Israeli military pretty capably so far. We're nearly 5 months into this war. What is your overall assessment of where the war is?
Well, contrary to what I heard in your little love fest with the spokesman of the genocidal regime, the regime in Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv have both failed utterly in their war of aggression on Iran, both last year and this year. And of course, it was always based on a lie. And we know that they were lying. The International Atomic Energy Agency has never indicated that Iran at any point was seeking a nuclear weapon. US intelligence since 2003, at least since then, admits that Iran was never seeking a nuclear weapon. Tulsi Gabbard just last year, under oath, said Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon. And Joe Kent, in his resignation letter at the beginning of the war, an appointee by Trump, head of anti-terrorism, he said that Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon and that it was not a threat to the United States, contrary to what the madman was saying before this discussion. But we know that Joe Kent also said the reason for this war is the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. And yes, the United States has failed. They failed in the 40 days of war. They failed in the 12-day war. They failed in the 40 days of battle. They failed in siege warfare against the Iranian people. And they failed in the recent conflict with or aggression with the Iranians. And they will fail in future. And they are, the United States, under pressure from Zionists, they are pushing the global economy towards a cliff. And if this continues, we will have a global economic depression.
Alan Dershowitz, your response to that?
We are in 1935 Germany. Versailles Treaty, Germany starting to rearm. It's drafting people. It's violating the treaty. And England and France could have destroyed in a preventive war what eventually resulted in 100 million deaths from Nazi Germany, but they didn't. Why? Because if they had gone in 1935, it would have been messy. It wouldn't have happened in 5 days. It would have taken time. It would have involved casualties. But in the end, 100 million lives would have been saved. And that's where we are today. Look, Iran is trying to develop a nuclear weapon. Forget about what he or anybody else says. Every sane, rational person has to assume that Iran would develop a nuclear weapon if it could, and as President Trump has said, would probably use it, maybe not from a bomb, but maybe by giving it to terrorist groups. And so what we have is a situation where the United States and Israel can help prevent a great, great catastrophe. And as your previous guest from Israel said, they've already done that. They've set back the nuclear program. We don't know whether it's months or years, but it's not imminent anymore. And so it has succeeded to that extent. But it's messy and it's very difficult. And it's not going to have a clear resolution. But it's better than the alternative, because the alternative would have been Iran developing a nuclear weapon and having the world beholden to it because it has a nuclear weapon. We made a mistake in North Korea. We allowed them to develop nuclear weapons. The other countries that have nuclear weapons aren't going to use them. But Iran has a policy of being able to use every weapon it can to destroy the great Satan, the United States, and the small Satan, Israel. And so I really think that this war, unsuccessful as it has been to produce a final result, will go down in history as probably the most important war since World War II, in the sense of at least setting back and preventing an even greater catastrophe from occurring. It's not perfect, and it will have all kinds of problems, and nobody should claim that the nuclear program has been completely obliterated or that it's been a complete success. It's not a complete success. It's just a lot better than the alternative.
But is it a remote success, Alan? Because last time I checked, the Iranian regime still has all its enriched uranium. They've given no indication that they're prepared to surrender any of that. And their chances, therefore, of developing the nuclear weapon in the way that you fear seem to be exactly the same as they were before all this. And again, I'll repeat to what I said to Doran Spillman, which is, we were assured at the end of a 12-day war by President Trump that that had put back Iran's nuclear aspirations in terms of developing a nuclear weapon by decades. And yet 8 months later, we have to launch a fully fledged war against them because they're about to use nuclear weapons. These things can't all be true.
No, it's true. That's absolutely accurate. But what it has done is it's set back the program considerably. For example, yes, they still have enriched uranium. By the way, why do they have it if they're not trying to develop nuclear weapons? But they're buried. And both Israel and the United States have eyes, satellite eyes on it. And right now, it's not accessible to them. Right now, their centrifuges are in great difficulty. Small victories when it comes to preventing nuclear war are very, very important. And, you know, I think a lot of people make the mistake of assuming one side is going to win, one side is going to lose. No, we can have a calibrated successes. And what we're seeing here is a calibrated success in setting back the nuclear program, not 20 years, not 6 months, probably a couple of years. The threat is not imminent, and there are many things that can happen. We don't know what the fate of Pickaxe Mountain is going to be. It too may be subject to attack because of its ability to produce perhaps nuclear weapons. This is an ongoing battle. It will not end in 5 weeks. It will not end in 5 years. The goal is to make sure that Iran never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, develops nuclear weapons. And my opponent on the other side doesn't seem to have a problem with that. He doesn't think Iran ever wants to develop nuclear weapons. So why don't you come to the table, make a deal that will make it absolutely impossible to do what you say Iran wants to do, and that is not develop a nuclear weapon. We can have peace if you come to the table and present the United States and the world with an airtight, not the old plan, but an airtight plan to do what you say you want to do, that is prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. So here we can be on the same page here, and we can avoid further war. Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, speaking on behalf of the Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who used to go to Rape Island with him. For a person who frequented Rape Island, I think anything that he says is nonsense. And see, I listened to him. But he's a lawyer, yet he cannot tolerate the words of a layman. That's how weak his argument is. Now, of course, someone who supports the genocidal regime of Israel would say this sort of nonsense. And of course, we recall how the South African government in its ICJ complaint showed genocidal intent by the Israeli regime, including the Israeli prime minister, whose spokesman you brought on and had this little love fest before this discussion. And
you know what? You don't have to keep
making.
Professor Morandi, just to be clear, it wasn't a love fest. I asked him some tough questions. I made some tough statements. I treated him with the same respect I try and treat you until you inevitably go. Till you always invariably go ad hominem on people. Try not to go ad hominem. Stop with the silly digs. Stick to the proper debate we're having, and viewers may learn something. Force yourself.
I'm back. Got some eggs and sausage and toast. It's awesome. I love this. Okay. I hope I never get tired of this breakfast. I tend to stick to one single thing that I eat all the time. Grilled cheese and tomato soup, eggs with sausage and cheese and toast, and then I kind of burn out on it and I never eat it again. I hope that doesn't happen. That happened with grilled cheese. Okay, let's see here. Who's looking? 23. Okay, you guys apparently circled around about 10 minutes ago. Damn. Okay. Sorry about the wait. Let's continue. Let's finish this. And then I want to cover another thing specifically that I had. Actually, let me pull it up real fast. Hold on. Where is... Sorry. Hold on. Okay. What's this? Hitler scene explained as Department of Education deletes Trump post. U.S. Department of Education has deleted a social media video that appeared to compare Trump to Adolf Hitler after users flagged the clip's use of a scene from 2017 film Darkest Hour. Huh. All right, we'll circle back. Let's keep listening here.
Don't talk nonsense. People lose their jobs in your country. Their futures are destroyed when they speak truth to power.
But let me ask you, Professor Morandi, let me ask you, look, I presume there's one thing you would both agree on, which you would like this war to be over sooner rather than later, correct?
We would like justice. We would like what would end all wars in this region is one thing. That the land of Palestine be a land where Jews, Christians, and Muslims live as equal human beings.
Absolutely. I love that. Completely agreed. I was worried this dude was going to say something like, Jews get out of the Middle East. That's not going to happen, and that's not a solution. Everybody needs to live as equals in the land. They're there now, for better or worse. They did occupy the region from Europe. That's true. They did. They did colonize the region from Europe. It was not their land. No matter how long ago their ancestors lived there, there were people living there when they came in and took it. I would like to see an amicable solution where a single state exists over Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel with fully integrated military and with a shared constitution and with senators and congressmen from each state.
That's something that your other guests would never support and never accept. And that's why
let me ask him.
We have the genocide.
Let me ask him. Alan Dershowitz. Alan,
going on for decades.
Well, let me you You said he wouldn't accept it. Let me ask him. Alan, would you accept that?
Of course I accept it completely.
Really? You accept completely Palestinians and Israelis living together in peace as equals? I don't believe you.
Accept completely people in every part of the world living as equals without regard
You
to
would
their
accept.
No. Living together as equals. Together. Not just living as equals. We're talking about desegregation, integration. Is he in favor of integration? No, he's not. He believes in the ethno-state.
You would accept that all Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. Listen, no, answer my question. All the Palestinians, including those living in the West Bank and Gaza, they would have equal rights to those Israelis you brought in from Europe and across the world. They would have equal rights. You accept that.
But let me be very clear. The vast majority of Israelis come from Arabic backgrounds, North Africa.
I don't know about that. He's saying Mizrahi Jews outnumber Sephardic and Ashkenazi. That's a direct truth claim. Let me find out. Outnumber and I suppose it's possible. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm still trying to get an answer here. We'll come back to this. I'll see if I can find out. Oh, here we go. Yes, I'm sorry. Mizrahi, here are the numbers. Mizrahi are about 44.9%. Ashkenazi are 32%. Post-1989 ex-Soviet, which would be Sephardic, are 12.5%. Mixed is 7.9%, and Ethiopian is 3%. Break out the Soviet cohort separately, and 75% of first-generation ex-Soviet immigrants self-identify as Ashkenazi. So if you fold them in, it's roughly 44% Ashkenazi to 45% Mizrahi. So the answer is actually no. They don't vastly outnumber European Jews. It's pretty much an even split.
Muslim backgrounds, Arab backgrounds.
That's not Palestine. That's not Palestine. Morocco is not Palestine.
Today,
Kurdish Iraq is not Palestine. You're not speaking with a child.
Oriental background. They're Mizrahim, not Ashkenazim.
Mizrahi versus Ashkenazi. Again, Ashkenazi 44%, Mizrahi 45%. It's pretty much a dead heat.
Number one.
You are Ashkenazi. You and those running the country are mostly Ashkenazi. And the Mizrahi Jews are not Palestinian and they're not Semites.
Of course, I believe in complete equality for everybody. Now, I want to ask you the question. Do you think
in the West Bank and Gaza? In the West, no. Don't run away from the answer. You say that the Palestinian you answer the question. You say that the Israeli regime should dismantle the system that now exists, and that all Palestinians in the land of Gaza and in the West Bank should have the right of vote and should have citizenship to this land, and they cannot be removed from their homes. You say that, right? You accept that,
Yes,
right?
of course. I think that they should be citizens of an independent state in Gaza, an independent state.
No. I didn't say that. I did not say that. Don't change the, no.
And the complete right to.
Do you accept that the people in Gaza are refugees from Palestine?
I believe in a peaceful Israel.
Answer the question. Answer the question. The people in Gaza are refugees from Palestine. They're not from Gaza. Gaza was a village 50, 60, 70 years ago. The people in the West Bank, many of them are not from the West Bank. Many people in Jordan, they're not from Jordan or Lebanon or in Syria or in Egypt. The Palestinian population that has been expelled from their homes, that have been kicked out of their homes and have been decimated for decades. You believe that within Palestine, what is now today called Israel, plus the West Bank and Gaza, that they should have equal rights and citizenship.
Let's remember how it started. 1947, the UN partition.
No. Just say yes or no.
No.
We don't have.
I don't know what the UN partition has to do with literally fucking anything. Why does anybody give a shit about that? Why is he bringing this up? Why is he even talking about it?
It started. The people who run Israel came from Europe. We know where they came from. They came from Eastern Europe for the most part. Many came from Russia. We know that. They're not Semites. I'm asking you a simple question. Just say, should the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank and the Palestinians who've been expelled from their homes, who are from that land, and who are Semites, should they have equal rights and citizenship? This is a simple question. Most of the show is ask you the question, and you try to shift the question.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
In 1947, nations divided what was then a place called Palestine, named by the Romans, into two areas. One where there were a majority of Jews, and that could be a Jewish state, and the other, which was much larger, with the arable land, which could be a Palestinian state. Palestinians would have had a completely free state on the West Bank and in the Gaza, and the Palestinian leadership, led by a Nazi named Husseini, turned it down and refused and attacked Israel in a genocidal war against.
I don't trust anything this dude says. Certainly not accusations of Nazism. Wow, it's really like bright outside and I can see the sun, but there's thunder and lightning. That's really bizarre. Anyway, I don't know this Husseini guy. I've never heard the name before. I'm not sure what he's referring to. But one more time here. Let's see what he says.
He turned it down and refused that.
Right. They turned it down. We're talking 75 fucking years ago. Everybody involved in that is now dead. Is that what you're referring to? Joining into a single state? Who gives a fuck about that? I certainly don't. I don't know what that has to do with anything. We're talking about now, today. I don't care if 700 years ago, China made a deal with some tribe in the jungle to own blah, blah, blah. And that's why now, today, a genocide is justified? I don't understand. I don't get why I should give a fuck about that.
Attacked Israel in a genocidal war against Israel. That's what caused people to leave their homes and abandon their villages. Ben-Gurion wanted to welcome them all, kept them there.
I bet. Wanted to welcome them all. Okay, Ben-Gurion isn't in power anymore, even if any of this were true. We're talking about now, today.
Let them have a two-state solution. Israel said yes. The Palestinians said no. That was the origin of the conflict. And we can't go back in time now.
I don't think that's true.
Now, obviously, things have changed. But I want complete equality for everybody. I want every...
That's not what anybody was asking. Again, nobody was asking about equality. They were asking, well, I mean, that was a part of it, I suppose. We were asking about sharing the land and being equals in each other's land, in the same land. Desegregating, no ethno-state. That was what we were asking. But you see, Dershowitz actually believes in an ethno-state.
may I just
Muslim
interest one
do
just
have
make, because as a lawyer, let
and
me
I
just
want
tell you one thing
let
for your
me
own
finish.
sake. It's
I
only for,
want
it's for your own sake. It's
Ron
not for the
as
sake of
well.
it's
To
not for the
get
sake
that
of argument.
on.
What you are saying, the argument that you're making, these fairy tales worked before October the 7th. They worked because the West had the propaganda
October 7th,
machine. The West had the
until you
centers of knowledge.
change.
It worked, and most people did not know the truth. So they worked. But the mistake that you made was that after October the 7th and
Which you're
the South
you're
African
praising
complaint to the
October 7th.
ICJ,
Are you praising
after
October
October the 7th, in the complaint that the
Are you
South African
praising
government
October
put to the
7th?
ICJ, in
I guess Dershowitz probably doesn't realize that nobody can understand a fucking word out of his mouth when he's interrupting, right? And that works to this dude's benefit.
the South, in that complaint, they showed the genocidal intent of your regime, your Israeli regime. And after that, we
False.
saw it carry out that. And gradually, as time, well, anyone can read it online. I advise all the viewers to use the search engine to go and look at the South African complaint to the ICJ.
It's false.
After that, okay, people can read it. It's just quotes. It's just quoting your prime minister.
You know what?
It's quoting your president, and then people saw the genocide.
I'm calling a timeout now. I'm calling a timeout
on television for the world.
Just to be clear, I think it's probably pretty clear to viewers now why negotiations took 21 hours and why the war is still raging. But I appreciate you both.
No, it doesn't. One side supports genocide and the other... All right, let me rephrase. One side is actively engaging in a genocide and the other is not. That's not a both sides problem. Okay, there is no both sides about it for Israel and Palestine. One side is fucking evil, and the other side is civilians, innocent civilians being murdered. Very different.
Both
really, that was a war of
aggression.
Iran did not attack the United States. Iran did not attack the United States. And the United States is sacrificing the world for this ethno-supremacist regime.
It has killed so many Americans.
All I can say is good luck. All I can say is good luck to the negotiating teams who are trying to bring this war to an end, because even trying to bring this debate to an end is proving completely impossible. I appreciate you both, Professor Morandi, Alan Dershowitz. I've got to leave it there. I thank you both very much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Anyway, that was wild, dude. That whole thing was wild. I cannot believe Alan Dershowitz is still going on talk shows and like trying to defend himself or his evil, horrifying fucking positions, disgusting, vile, genocidal positions, genuinely horrifying. Tell me what you think in the comments. Now, I wanted to circle back around to a couple of things. First of all, I want to hit the very beginning of this because it seemed like there was somebody interesting on there. But there was something else I wanted to hit. If you give me just a second here. I want to hit that. Give me a second.
Hey, so
I value Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment.
Here we go.
His first year and a half.
Yeah, this is the one I was looking for right here. Open. And let me snag this puppy. Puppy is in the process of being snagged. And puppy has been snagged. Okay, good. Grab that.
Donald Trump's.
what
The goal.
We've had.
can't
I hope.
decided
Look at them all.
decided to go to court. I went to immigration court, and as you saw,
That we've missed.
It's like they're doing it on. Why is it?
What the voice?
Okay. Wait, puppy has not been snagged. I thought it had, but it stopped for some reason. That's weird. Why isn't it downloading? That's weird. Okay, we'll come back to it in a second. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Good Liars. This is them right here. They go around and troll Trump supporters. It's pretty funny.
Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment.
Hang on.
Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment, his first year and a half.
Trump's done a lot of things. Number one, a lot that people don't realize, he got our country back because we've been under the reign of Great Britain the last 125 years. They destroyed the evidence.
What? We've been under the reign of Great Britain for 125 years? What is she talking about, dude? I gotta look this up.
What? Wait, what? We've been under the reign of Great Britain for the last 125?
Charles come here. He thought that he was going to manipulate Donald Trump. And Trump went along with him because that's who he is. But that's what the 250 years was really about.
Oh, please. That's who Trump really is. Just he's a pushover. He's just such a nice guy that he can't say no to people, huh? Is that what it is?
Wait a second.
We got our
Sorry.
It's
So we've been,
It's
so
there. The truth's there for the people.
we've been under control for the last 125 years by Great Britain? Even though we've got, the strongest army in the world and all that stuff?
It's true. The truth is there.
Where did you see this? Where did you see this?
You just gonna have to research just like I did.
Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. I was just looking for this. I was just looking for this meme that I used to have long and long ago. It was a King Charles meme after he was, like, made king or whatever, after Elizabeth's death. It was right around the time COVID was happening, if I remember correctly. And the QAnon world claimed that King Charles basically wrote a letter to Biden, if I remember, and told them, if you don't end the vaccine mandates, we're going to reclaim authority over the United States, or some crazy thing like that. And people believed it. People fell for it. I don't know where this meme went. I'm super sad I can't find it now. But it's like they even put a deadline on it. It was like in 14 days or something. And it's like, who believes this? Hold on. Give me a second. Check this clip out from The Good Liars.
Praise God, Darlene's gonna win. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Father. Yes.
Darwin is going to win. Is that what she just said?
Praise God, Darlene's gonna win. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Father. Yes. Praise the Lord.
Was Donald Trump picked by God?
Absolutely, he's our Cyrus. Cyrus. Yes, absolutely.
He's our savior, Cyrus. Wow, there's so much to this. I'll get into in a second.
Was absolutely.
Do you think he's a follower of Jesus Christ, Donald Trump?
Absolutely, he is. He's anointed. He's anointed.
Don't forget me. He is a follower.
Yes, he is a follower, and he's anointed by Jesus Christ, and our Lord, our Savior, has anointed him and sent him to us to save our country.
Amen.
Praise God.
What biblical teachings would you like to see Trump enact?
What biblical teachings?
Who wants to do it?
He said, what biblical teachings?
For what?
What biblical teachings would you like to see Donald Trump enact as law?
Well, he's doing quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Right
Nobody asked what he's fucking doing.
now.
He's already done
What
so
does he
much.
do? What is?
To continue to do what he's doing.
Oh, there's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
My God, it's so painfully soon. There are so many. I just don't feel like naming them all right now is all.
One of the thing is, let's get our country put together.
Yes.
Okay, that's not a biblical teaching.
Yeah.
What does that mean, put together?
It means get rid of the lies, the liars, the fake media, which are the false prophets of Baal.
Yes.
And we say, gone in Jesus' name.
The righteous shall prevail, and the enemy is done. He's illegal. He's got to go, and Trump's going to help us make that happen.
The enemy is illegal. Satan is illegal in her mind. Satan is an illegal immigrant in America. the state of MAGA rhetoric is so fucking disturbing.
The enemy has got to go. He's got to leave. He's illegal.
Who's the enemy?
Satan.
Oh, Satan.
Satan's the enemy, absolutely. And he's running the Democrats.
Jesus Christ, dude. So about the Cyrus thing, there is a pretty large contingent of supposed, like, Trump prophets on the right who claim that God told them that Trump is like King Cyrus. Now, if you don't know the story, basically, in the year 600 to 586 BCE, give or take, in that region, Nebuchadnezzar controlled the Fertile Crescent, that whole region there where Israel existed, and he was the Babylonian king. And he came in and said to the Israeli king, you can Zechariah or Zephaniah, one of the two was in power at the time. He said, you can control this region of Israel if you want, but you have to pay me tribute. And for 4 years, from, I believe, 600 to 596 BCE, if I remember correctly, they paid the tribute. And for the next 4 years, Israel worked their economy into a war economy and planned to go to war with Nebuchadnezzar. 586 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar comes in and destroys the entire region and kills the king, whichever Zechariah or Zephaniah it was. I don't remember now. And installs a new king and basically says, you're going to continue to pay me tribute. And he took something like 70,000 Jews from Israel as slaves back to Babylon with him. And they lived in indentured servitude, effectively, for 70 years. Until around it wasn't 70 years. What was it? It was until 530 or something BCE. So 50 years, maybe. And after he freed them, so around that time, Cyrus comes in, King Cyrus of the Persian Empire, modern-day Iran, comes into Babylon, which is modern-day Iraq, and frees the Jews and takes the Babylonian Empire. Cyrus was not Jewish. He was not a believer. He's what you would call a pagan. But he freed the Jewish people from captivity, and they slowly trickled back to Israel after that. That's the story. So a bunch of these Christian Trump prophets nowadays, like Johnny Enlow is one of the most notable, has been saying that Trump is like King Cyrus for years now. He's been saying that for years, claiming God is going to use him like he used King Cyrus.
President Trump is still the Cyrus, and he still has unfinished business. And we've gone in depth on that before. And he still has the Isaiah 45 assignment.
Isaiah 45 is the section of the Bible where Cyrus came in and freed the Jews, if I remember correctly.
To take down Babylon, which for our purposes represents the deep state. It is much more embedded in a much wider root system than we possibly imagined, maybe. And so the timetable is driven by God. You know, there's an aspect of people ask why we don't know that the prophetic doesn't get those things. There's a whole lot of things that the Lord is not revealing. It's not just because they're bad prophets. You can't say things you don't see. And the more you understand what's going on, it would literally mess up strategy of how the Lord is doing it.
Right. So if God revealed his full plan, it would mess up strategy. Really? Please. Then God can re-strategize, right? He's God. Isn't he all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-wise? Am I mistaken? Am I the idiot here? Who's the idiot? Which one of us?
You know, if he's using certain individuals in the world and certain leadership and certain militaries to do things, and we're telling all the secrets and timing
Right.
It really, we have heard that actually we'll say from the other side, even witches and warlocks are telling, we'll say deep staters, they're not.
Oh, please, bro. Witches and warlocks in the deep state are telling people, including each other, that things are going wrong and that Donald Trump is really powerful, more powerful than they thought because he has God's Cyrus anointing on him.
Hearing anything, and so they are told to listen in on the prophetics, on the prophetic channels, on the prophets to hear what's going on.
The prophetic channels, like what, like kind of like a TV channel, the prophetic radio frequency. Is that what he's saying? There's a radio frequency.
So the Lord's not going to give them anything that helps them know what to do, how to fight, how to stay in there longer.
Anyway, that's kind of the viewpoint of the evangelical right. What we saw from that woman just now. Full-blown QAnon conspiracy theory. It's insane. And then there's the Trump prophecy, the hinge of the ages prophecy from Johnny Enlow.
I was asking the Lord about it. He hadn't told me. And I was like, Lord, you still haven't showed me. And then on March, right when I'm saying that, I have this, it's not an open vision, but it was a vision.
Open vision is a vision where God physically takes you to a location and you witness things unfolding in front of you, a la the book of Revelation. Closed vision is where he gives it to you in a dream. So he's saying he didn't receive an open vision from God. He received a closed vision from God. Okay.
And in the vision, I see this circular mountain that goes up, and there's a path all the way up. And at the top is Donald Trump, and he's on a motorcycle. And he's on a motorcycle, and he's making a lot of noise with it.
Look at his wife's face as he's describing Donald Trump. How longing, or look at his wife's face as he describes Donald Trump. Look at how longingly she's staring as he talks about him.
And he has red, white, and blue bandana on his head. And so in an instant, it wasn't hard for me to figure out what was being said. It's the only time I've ever, while seeing a vision, actually talked out loud. And I go, oh no, because I was like, this means this is not going to be a peaceful exchange. This is not a peaceful transition we're going into. This
is, by the way, when this came out, this was 2019. This was this was leading into the 2020 election, right? And he said God told him, he prophesies that God revealed to him that Trump was going to win the election and the deep state was going to refuse to allow him to take power even though he clearly won. And Trump was going to use his little nutcases to take power by force and install God's government on earth in 2020. That's what Johnny Enlow is saying here.
is something more. And then I was brought in real close to the motorcycle, and it was Triumph, which was further confirmation. And so I was like, Lord, as I'm saying that, the first thing he said is, he is going to save you from things you don't know you need to be saved from yet. And then the Lord progressively began to speak regarding that. And he said, this time in the presidency is going to be a hinge of the ages and be known as before Trump and after Trump because of the way I'm going to use him. I'm using him as a Trump card, but I'm the Trump card player. And so your nation will be known as before Trump and after Trump. And he said the nations will be known as before Trump, after Trump. And the Lord, it was like, he said, I'm really not interested in your all's vote this time. I'm doing it. I usually give you all that option. This time I'm not. This is a rescue operation from heaven. This is a moment of the ages. This will go down. This time period will go down as a before and after AD, but BC AD, depending on what terminology you use now.
A hinge of the ages. This is the famous hinge of the ages prophecy that Johnny Enlow laid down. And it was an insane thing to say at the time. It's just as insane today. The sad part about this is it kind of reveals the state of mind of Trump supporters. They literally view him as ordained by God. Actually ordained by God. So when I see people like this woman here say this stuff, it honestly disturbs me. It shows me just how deep this cult goes. Do you know that there was a Hitler cult? They called it the Führer cult, or the Führer cult. It was a cult of personality around Hitler that was obsessed with the guy. Most dictatorships have a similar kind of cult following like that. Stalin had a cult following like that as well. In fact, he still does in some areas. It's really, really disturbing to watch this unfold in front of us. Tell me what you think in the comments. All right. There was some other stuff I wanted to hit. What was it? We hit that. Done with that. Let me just check my my list of videos. I think that's good. I think that we can just finish this off. Close, close, close. Yeah, all right. Let's see, how long do I have? Let's read another chapter of this book. Why not? Let me just pull up Phil Arms. Here it is. Yeah. There's this pastor named Phil Arms who famously took a shot at Pokemon, claimed that it was demonic and evil, and blah, blah, blah. So I want to give this a listen, see what he has to say. He actually wrote a book about Pokemon. I want to listen to the book.
That's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. Pokemon, plural, are incredible creatures that share the world with humans. Each has its own fighting abilities. Some grow and evolve into even more power.
Boy, did you hear that word? Evolve? Oh boy, that's not okay. That's demonic, as we know. Evolution, that is.
Powerful creatures. The children are developing relationships with all these Pokemon creatures.
So anyway, we're going to listen to his book. We're on chapter 4. If you didn't see the others, don't sweat it. This stands independently of the rest. I'll give context if it's missing. He just went through a list of Pokemon like Jinx and Abra, you know, those evil ones that clearly indicate that this is a supernatural witchcraft. Blah, blah, blah. So let's pick up from chapter 4. See what he has to say here.
Chapter 4, The Agenda. There can be no doubt but that television has become one of the primary sources of information on how children can become involved in New Age and occultic beliefs and lifestyles. It has also been a major tool of choice for carrying out a satanic agenda, craftily designed to ensnare America's children in a web of witchcraft and sorcery.
I'm sorry. It's been a major tool of choice for carrying out a satanic agenda, really?
While many of the producers and creators of children's programs may not be personally involved in any of these dark philosophies, they have without a doubt discovered how to appeal to the natural curiosity about the supernatural that is so strong in children.
Okay, now children have a natural appeal to the supernatural. Okay, got it.
Yet, in order for parents to understand the constant spiritual assault that their children are under, they must first understand the great spiritual battle that is being waged for the heart and soul of their children. The battlefield of this ongoing conflict is in the mind. It is little wonder that the forces of evil have chosen the medium of television from which to launch their primary assault upon children and young people.
No, don't forget video games, the quintessential evil medium.
Most parents in our culture have decided to use television as the primary source of entertainment for their children. It quiets children and can settle the constant arguing of siblings while a parent can go on with their business without worrying about where their children are.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. He's also anti-television.
Television has become the babysitter of choice for most parents. The truth is, however, no one, child or adult, can remain unaffected by the nonstop bombardment of the messages they are exposed to during thousands of hours of television viewing.
You know what's fascinating? Television was the boogeyman at the time, but when books were first invented and mass-produced popularly, books were viewed as a medium that will decay the minds of those who consume them. Young people were demonized as keeping their nose in these books all the time and not looking up to see the world around them.
It is an alarming but true statistic that the average American child will watch between 18 and 20,000 hours of television by the time he or she graduates from high school.
Not sure I believe that, but whatever.
During that time, they will witness over 13,000 killings while watching the television.
Oh my God, dude. Fucking please.
Not to mention the sexual perversity, crime, profanity, and other valueless activities which are central themes of much programming.
So, children's programming contains depictions of crime and violence and killings. Children's TV shows? Really?
Concerned parents need to be aware that many, if not most, of the programs created for their children are full of references to and characters involved in witchcraft and the occult. In days past, Saturday morning cartoons were far more innocent. Mickey Mouse, Daffy Duck, Bugs Bunny, and Popeye have been replaced with infinitely more sinister characters.
Oh my God. This is such a boomer take from 30 years ago. I'm sorry, look, I don't actually have a problem with boomers as a generation. I know a lot of people from the boomer generation, but the mindset is insidious for people in this generation. But you know what? In 30, 40, 50 years, my generation is going to be doing this exact thing because every single generation, every subsequent generation does this. They blame the world's problems on kids these days, every one of them. It is not surprising to me to hear somebody like Phil Arms talking shit about kids these days, honestly. It would surprise me if he weren't. So I don't want to say boomers are the problem. It's not. It's society. It's the way that they view quote-unquote kids these days. Every single time, it leads to this ridiculousness.
Unfortunately, the nature of these characters is masked behind the fact that they are often cute, cuddly, warm, little creatures that children and parents have trouble resisting.
Talking about like sand shrews or whatever, right?
However, woven through these cartoons is a storyline laced with telepathy, psychic phenomenon, Eastern religions, crystal powers, witchcraft,
Wait, crystal powers? What the fuck is a crystal power? ESP, sorcery, and casting of spells? What spells are cast in Pokemon? I'm not, like, denying the possibility that happens. I can't think of one right off the top of my head. But this whole thing is delusion, dude. Like, he can't just see it as a harmless, fun kids show, really?
Sorcery, and casting of spells. Pokemon is only a latecomer to the Saturday morning demonic lineup. The past few years have witnessed the occult propaganda machine, with the same anti-Christian themes, mark shows like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh my God, what's wrong with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Are you kidding me right now?
He-Man, She-Ra, Care Bears, Gummy Bears, The Smurfs, My Little Pony.
What? These are all demonic and satanic and full of witchcraft? The Gummy Bears? Really? Care Bears? I watched the Gummy Bears and Care Bears when I was very little. It's a little bit before my time, but my sister watched that a lot. And remember the Gummy Bears song. It's stuck in my head. Every now and then I listen to it. I'm a gummy bear. I'm a gummy bear. That was the Gummy Bear song, right? I believe it was. Jesus Christ, dude. This guy lives in a fantasy land.
And a host of others across our television screens. Of course, the more popular cartoons have produced in their wake a multitude of other products: toys, movies, video games, stuffed animals, breakfast foods, snacks, and clothing. Each of these further reinforces the ungodly concepts of the program into children. It cannot be stressed enough that children do have a very naive fascination with things supernatural.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Children have a fascination with supernatural things? I'm curious what his problem is with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, though. What's the issue with that?
For most of these children, television is their first introduction into the dark, deceptive, and destructive world of the occult. Trapped, the television and movie industry cannot escape their complicity in the spiritual entrapment of our children. As young minds are influenced at an early age by programming like Pokemon and its new counterpart for even younger children, Digimon.
Oh my god, Digimon is evil? Really? Digimon? Ugh. This is fucking insane.
They develop an appetite for more of the dark philosophies that have entertained them since their youth. With an ever-expanding market available to them, producers, writers, and creators of movies and television have vigorously pumped out the kind of sordid programming demanded by the insatiable appetite for the occultic material.
It's sordid material. Pokemon is sordid material. Really?
And the nonstop barrage of spiritualistic entertainment is having a devastating effect on this generation. In a special report released to several national secular publications in the fall of 1999, a reporter named Catherine Rogers revealed a bit of the impact that this kind of programming is having. Her article was entitled, "Wicca Casts Spell on Teenage Girls." She writes, "In their universal quest for self-empowerment, a devilish number of teenage girls have become enchanted by the female-friendly but retrograde culture of witchcraft." This reporter is absolutely correct in her observation that teens, both girls and boys, are searching for something to fill their lives. This search for meaning begins early and reaches its peak in the teen years. It is during these tender ages when children and young people are more susceptible to the voices that promise them fulfillment and purpose for their lives.
Pokemon is teaching children about purpose and fulfillment in their lives other than God? Jesus Christ.
When the occultic message of programming like Pokemon becomes a central focus in the life of the child, it prepares him to later accept its message as a reality of his own.
What does that mean? Does he think that kids are becoming convinced that Pokemon is real or something?
Millions of today's teens have grown up consuming a steady diet of witchcraft and the occult without receiving much biblical instruction about its deadly dangers. The facts in Ms. Rogers' article are extremely observant as they relate to why so many young people, especially teenage girls, are flocking into witchcraft and the occult.
Teenage girls flocking to witchcraft and the occult. Totally.
Her article continues. Before 16-year-old Jess lights candles on the small altar in the corner of her bedroom each night, she says her prayers. "Hail, fair moon, ruler of the night, guard me and mine."
Wait, 16-year-old Jess lights candles on a small altar in her bedroom and says this prayer? Who the fuck is this Jess person?
Until the light.
By the way, again, if you didn't see the other parts, I'm just going to tell you what I'm doing right now. I am cheating. This game has inspired me to cheat and manipulate the save state. To save the game, right before I enter a battle, reload if it isn't the Pokemon I want, and retry. So I guess Pokemon is teaching me to cheat, huh?
Hail, fair sun, ruler of the day, make the morn light my way. On her altar are 4 porcelain chalices representing the elements of air, water, fire, and earth.
Who the fuck is he even talking about?
Each contains more petals, semi-precious stones, noted candle wax, and dried leaves.
Right, and all of this because of Pokemon, right?
They rest on the corners of a 5-pointed star. And Jess has a frog she says symbolizes zest, spirit, and life that sits on point 5 of the pentagram. Here she performs rituals and casts spells. Jess is one of the growing number of American teenage girls who practice Wicca or witchcraft. In the last 5 years, Hollywood has produced films including Practical Magic and The Craft, celebrating such cults, and featuring hip actresses Nicole Kidman, Sandra Bullock, and Party of Five's Neve Campbell as witches.
Oh no, not Sandra Bullock.
Primetime TV is cashed in with its own witchy programming. Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Charmed all feature young females with magical powers.
Young females. Uh-oh.
The character of Felicity on the program of the same name, broadcast on the Warner Brothers network, as a Wiccan roommate. And teen witches have cast nasty spells on the popular series X-Files.
Oh my god, dude, he's anti-X-Files now? 60 stream streak. Very nice. Welcome, Viking EBJ. Thank you so much for the streak. And thank you for being a member. I believe you're not a member. What do they call it on Twitch? Subbed. I believe you're a sub. Thank you so much. ...
It is easy to see the trend of many of today's hottest television programs and movies as a simple continuation of the programming today's teen received while growing up in the 1980s and 90s. Only now, those things that were once just kids' entertainment have become the virtual lifestyle of millions of these young people.
The virtual lifestyle.
No longer is it just children's television programming. This has become the stuff they live for. Continuing the article that Miss Rogers writes, Teen Witch, Wicca for a New Generation, a recent book by Silver Ravenwolf, has sold more copies for occult publisher Llewellyn than any other in its 95-year history.
Silver Ravenwolf, huh? Metal fucking name.
According to publicist Jenny Schumacher. And it's not just media hype either. Danny Aguirre runs their Christian hotline at Berkeley, California-based Spiritual Counterfeits Project. He says, in the last 6 months, I have received more inquiries about Wicca than any other religion in the 10 years I have worked here. The demographics of the callers? All teenage girls, says Aguirre. I should also point out that it is now reported that Satanism is currently the fastest growing religion in the United States.
You catching this? It is now reported that blah, blah, blah. Weasel words. Who reported it? This is a prime example of this dude spreading nonsense with absolutely no sources. Satanism is the fastest growing religion, really?
The phenomenal inrush of young people into the religion accounts for its unprecedented growth. It should also be noted that those involved in witchcraft become extremely upset when one confuses their religion with that of the Satanists. Witches reject the idea of a personal devil. However, from a biblical perspective, both religions stem from the same source and share the same God.
Okay.
The father of lies, John 8:44. Looking again at the revealing article, we read, as teens begin to ask questions about life and religion, they are turning in surprising numbers to witchcraft for answers.
Wait, who the fuck said this? Looking again at the revealing article. Which article exactly? I don't know what he's even referring to right now. Oh, Danny Aguirre runs a Christian hotline at Berkeley. Wow, knock me over with a feather. A Christian publication is saying this? Well, that proves it.
Drawn by Wicca's focus on a feminine deity, nature worship, and self-empowerment, many young women who have rejected traditional faiths as male-dominated, environmentally unfriendly, and morally limiting.
Environmentally unfriendly? He's listing things that are, like, evil, I guess.
Critics of Wicca, however, fear that if teen Wiccans ignore the dangers of the occult in their quests of meaning and satisfaction, they may well be putting themselves in harm's way. ... Once again, I must point out the fact that we live in a world where, as never before, children and teens are searching for something worthwhile. And yet, the values that many parents are allowing television programs and entertainment to drive into their children's psyche are simply preparing them to be converts to the host of occultic messages being preached by the New Age prophets,
Oh my God. The New Age prophets, of course, being what, like Pokemon or whatever, or the writers for the TV show Pokemon?
Whose primary pulpit is children's programming such as Pokemon. Another glance at the article on Wicca and its attraction for teenage girls reiterates this point. Fritz Young and Ren Walker, practicing Wiccans who live in Clearwater, Florida, maintain that their website is the busiest religious site in the world.
Okay, I doubt it. I don't know why we would take some random jagoff's word for that. We can check that stuff, first of all. Second, I doubt that that's true anyway. And third, I actually lived in Clearwater, Florida, or I lived in Tampa and went to Clearwater a lot. Jet skiing and things like that.
In a web survey conducted on that site in September, 60% of respondents were under 30 and 62% were females.
What, is 30 now the age limit? You can't talk about Wicca or paganism or whatever to people under 30? You're a minor if you're under 30? Is that what he's saying? Why does that matter?
The same survey found that 90% of Wiccan respondents were white and well-educated. Clearly, as this reporter discovered, there is a rapidly expanding fascination with the occult. This growing appetite is not the result of Johnny-come-lately cultural trends. The intense efforts of spiritual forces to saturate children's entertainment with a message that promotes participation in the occult as exciting, fun, and fulfilling has produced results. Parents who allow and facilitate their children's preoccupation with Pokemon-type activities are sowing seeds that will eventually take root and bear fruit. Children are being conditioned by their interplay with the demonic entities of Pokemon to believe that they can trust psychic phenomena, place their confidence in the strengths of spirits, and have fulfilling relationships with mystical powers. As these children grow older, it is little wonder that the first place that they begin to look for something to fill the spiritual void in their lives is the occult. These truths are borne out in the article by Miss Rogers when she writes, "There is a great spiritual hunger among kids out there," says Bob Walaskowski, manager of the youth culture department at the conservative group Focus on the Family.
Oh my God, he's citing Focus on the Family.
I understand the initial draw of Wicca for girls. For a young teenage girl with no spiritual roots, if Wicca promises them power, I can see how they would be tempted.
It's complete nonsense. It doesn't offer anybody power. Did anybody ever claim that?
Mr. Walaskowski's observations are correct. As previously stated, there is a great and demanding spiritual hunger among teens. He is also correct in his statement regarding the powerful temptations that Wicca can be to teenage girls. But the most important fact of his statement is his stressing the point that Wicca is an attraction to teenage girls with no spiritual roots. Parents who believe that their children will be protected from any temptation to enter the world of the occult because their children were raised in a Christian home need to take note.
This is fucking insane. This is full-blown satanic panic shit.
What many people mean when they say they have a Christian home is that they were raised believing the Bible and the tenets of the Christian faith. Others mean that they, as parents, take their children to church on Sundays. While I plan to deal with how to protect children from satanic and occultic influences in their lives in another chapter of this book, do allow me one observation here.
Please, observation away.
Taking our children to church for a couple of hours a week and exposing them to the Christian faith while simultaneously allowing our children to participate in occultic activities and be entertained by demonic programs and games does not develop godly, biblical, spiritual roots.
Yeah, except that's not fucking happening.
Such a dichotomy in our religious beliefs tends only to confuse children and to create within them deep doubts about the legitimacy of their parents' Christian convictions. Christianity is far more than a religious philosophy. In fact, Americanized Christianity, mental consent without submission to the lordship of Christ in every area of life, is so far into biblical Christianity that it could easily be classified as a cult.
Americanized Christianity, mental consent without submission to the lordship of Christ in every area of life, is so foreign to biblical Christianity that it could be classified as a cult. That's interesting. So he's saying that Americanized Christianity is a cult. Okay, I can agree.
It should not come as a surprise to many so-called Christian parents who fail to teach their children God's word while allowing them to be brainwashed by demonic entertainment when their children turn to witchcraft and the occult as they become teenagers and young adults. Such a statement may infuriate many nominal Christian parents. However, the journalist who authored the article on Wicca and teen girls made some further observations explaining just why young people feel attracted to this evil religion.
To this evil religion.
She writes, after all, despite a history of cauldrons and Satan worship, modern witches claim that Wicca is a positive and life-affirming religion. The Wiccan ready, an ethic that is often cited, directs, do what you will, but harm none.
Okay. The Wiccan ready? I've never heard of that, but let me see if I can find out what this is about. I think he's bastardizing a quote from Satanism. I'll find out and we'll circle back.
After all, despite a history of cauldrons and Satan worship, modern witches claim that Wicca is a positive and life-affirming religion. The Wiccan ready, an ethic that is often cited, directs, do what you will, but harm none. Wiccans also claim to believe in the law of threefold, which states whatever you do comes back to you 3 times as strong. Adherents...
I'm sorry, none of this sounds like Wicca. I don't think he's talking about Wicca here.
Usually follow their own path, says Ravenwolf, which allows for great subjectivity. As Wiccan leaders note, in a circle there are no absolutes, no rights and wrongs. Please notice the consistency of the philosophy promoted by the Pokemon creatures who do whatever is necessary in order to win, regardless of right or wrong. The mat of the Wiccans. The Wiccans' creed, do what you will but harm none, gives a license to participants to disregard moral restraints and to do what comes naturally.
Right, so no, none of this is true. The standard form is, and it harm none, do what ye will, quote unquote. First publicly recorded in a 1964 speech by Doreen Valiente. An is archaic Middle English for if, and ready means advice or counsel. So it's conditional. If it harms none, then do as you like. The harm clause is the precondition. Fascinatingly, that's kind of the entire basis for our Constitution. As long as you're not hurting other people, you can do what you want. Legally. Now, Phil Arms has a problem with that religiously. Fine. But that's perfectly legal to do, generally speaking. You can swing your fist anywhere you want, except for right here, because then you're not exercising your rights, you're violating my rights. That's the concept.
Anyone who protests against participation in immoral or unethical behavior is simply told, I'm not harming anyone, so mind your own business.
Right, yes, that's correct. That's the basis of the entire U.S. Constitution.
The religious humanist, whose creed also rejects absolutes, is extremely compatible with the same philosophy shared by occultists, Satanists, New Agers, and witches.
The religious humanist? A humanist is simply somebody who wants maximal flourishing for humans. Somebody who thinks about humanism, somebody who thinks about humans as the most precious and valuable things and should be protected, preserved, so on and so forth. That's the idea. So a humanist would say, or a secular humanist might say, hell, a religious humanist might say, no war, because it hurts humans with pretty much zero gain. A humanist might say, we need social programs to help the most vulnerable among us, to protect them. We need food stamps for people who don't have enough money to buy food. That's what a humanist would do. In what way is humanism a religion?
Something is wrong in their world, only if it is wrong for them as individuals. The religious beliefs of all of these groups are in direct conflict with the teachings of Christianity.
Well, first of all, it's not a religion. It's a philosophy, a way of viewing the world. And I'm a humanist. I'm a secular humanist. And what he said here is literally the basis of the Constitution. I don't know what to tell you, Phil Arms. You just seem to completely disagree with the United States Constitution. You know, communism is illegal in the United States because the foundational belief about communism when it was made illegal was that they were trying to undo the U.S. Constitution, and it's illegal to usurp or undo the U.S. Constitution. But that's nonsense. That's not what communists want or ever wanted or are trying to do or whatever in the United States. But the fact that they portray it as trying to undo the Constitution, and that's why it's illegal, but they ignore the fact that people like Phil Arms are actually trying to undo the Constitution, is peak irony.
As we shall see, God's word is not subjective. Right and wrong do not change with the circumstances or with cultural trends, and according to the scriptures, it is never right to do wrong.
It is actually subjective. Right and wrong, they are subjective, because we came up with the concept of right and wrong. Right and wrong did not exist before human beings. They don't exist in a vacuum. And the Bible is not the basis for morality. It's literally impossible to be the basis of morality because you can extract any moral position from the Bible.
In the world of Pokemon and that of the New Agers, the occultimists and the Wiccans, right and wrong, are determined by individual choice. This deadly philosophy is being ingrained in the thinking of millions of children whose parents are failing to get involved in their child's Saturday morning television viewing habits. The article, which we have only printed in bits and pieces, concludes with these words along the same line of thought. Since Wiccans deny a single standard of truth and laws of right and wrong, how do they know the difference between what is harmful and not harmful?
Again, morality is not based on the Bible. It's literally impossible to get your morality from the Bible because it's written by such a diverse group of people from varying backgrounds and degrees of wealth and everything else. It is not possible to get morality from the Bible. It just isn't.
Alex Sabers, a flamboyant publicist and self-named king of the witches,
a flamboyant publicist, i.e. gay. When he says flamboyant, he means gay.
Died in 1988, wrote that, "A thing is good for me until I feel it's not right for me." The witch, Stuart Farron, elaborates, "The witch's own conscience must be the final arbiter." Art Lindsay of the C.S. Lewis Institute, the Washington-based think tank focusing on different religions, notes that for Wiccans, there is no objective evil that someone ought not do. There is no ought in Wicca. It is all based on subjective feeling. Make your own rules, and doing what feels good naturally appeals to inexperienced teens, says one 11th grader. Wicca allows me to create my own religion, and that sweets me.
I'm sorry. Wait. 1 11th grader says making your own rules and doing what feels good naturally appeals to inexperienced teens. 1 11th grader. Okay, wow, what a name. 1 11th grader. Last name 11th grader, first name 1. His parents must have hated him.
It's malleable.
Or him or her, I suppose. It could be a guy, gal, or non-binary pal. We'll never know because this dude does not cite his sources. It's malleable, he says.
And all the help she needs to engage in this witchcraft is right at her fingertips on the internet.
Oh, I guess it was a gal. ...
The reporter notes that making your own rules and doing what feels good appeals to teens, but the fact is, for anyone at any age who has yet to personally discover the liberating truths of the Lord Jesus Christ, making your own rules and being your own God is an attractive proposition.
The liberating rules. Liberating rules. Did he really use that term unironically? Oh, truths. He said truths. Liberating truths. I'm sorry. I was about to say, that's wild. That's already a wild thing to say. The liberating truths of Christianity. Like, liberation means you have more freedom than you did previously. You're saying Christianity's rules and truths give you more freedom than you had? Really? Oh my God, dude.
The all-revealing truth about humanity cut off from God is summarized in the words of the 11th grader, who has created her own spiritual reality in the world of witchcraft. She stated, "Wicca allows me to create my own religion." In other words, she will dictate the principles by which she lives.
Oh no, subjective morality?
However, the sad fact is that this young woman and millions like her are living in a dark world whose grip upon their lives will slowly tighten until they have no life left at all.
Great. Well, that's her choice to make, right? We all have the right to go to hell in our own way. Is that the saying?
As Paul the Apostle wrote of others who are living in a world of spiritual deception, they promise themselves liberty while living in great bondage. 2 Pet. 2:19.
That's 2 Peter 2:19.
Tools of the trade. And recognizing the similarities between the nature of witchcraft and the occult with that of Pokemon, it is impossible to escape the conclusion that Satan will use any and all means necessary to entrap young hearts. As it is in the world of illicit drug use, so it is with those who gradually become addicted to occultic activity.
So, occultic activity is like a drug. Okay.
Most hardcore drug addicts will readily confess that they started by using those drugs considered less powerful. Marijuana and alcohol were often the starting points for diving into the use of more potent and deadly drugs, such as heroin and cocaine.
Right, and so the occult is a gateway to heroin and or cocaine. Got it.
No parent really believes their child could actually end up as a mass murderer or suicide victim as a result of their early tampering in the occult through games and programs like Pokemon.
Bro, come on.
However, statistics prove, as do countless personal testimonies, that many whose lives have been destroyed by participating in the occult started by childish dabblings in seemingly innocent activities.
Really?
Some years ago, a 19-year-old young man named Sean Sellers was found guilty of murdering his parents while they slept. Sean was recently executed in Oklahoma for his crimes. As a young boy, Sean testifies, "I got interested in stories about the supernatural. One day a babysitter started sharing books with him about the occult." Sean says,
"They're trying to groom the children." This is the oldest, most bullshit claim out there. Every time you hear somebody say they're grooming the children, be suspicious. Maybe they are. Whoever they happens to be at any given moment. But more often than not, in fact, I'd say the vast majority of the time, it's the Republicans that are grooming the children. Not some, not witchcraft or any of that shit.
I, like a lot of other kids I knew, started feeling strangely attracted to the occult. When he turned 12, Sean was introduced to fantasy role-playing games. Sean's experience took place a few years ago, before the fantasy role-playing game of Pokemon was introduced. Nevertheless, Sean Sellers ultimately came upon another game, which some have alluded to as the Pokemon of the 80s and early 90s.
Oh, of the Pokemon of the 80s and 90s. Which game is... Oh, it's Dungeons & Dragons. Of course it is. Hold on, there's something I wanted to find.
Caller, good morning. You're on the air.
Hold on.
To describe the...
No.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, let me find... Hold on. Just looking for a specific video here.
I don't believe in loose. Caller, good morning. You're on. White. I don't believe in loose. You say to be a Satanist.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Wait.
You say to be a Satanist means priest of the arch.
It would take about 5 hours, but briefly, I think we see a pattern.
Yeah. There's this old talk show from forever ago. 1988 is when it came out, actually. And there was this
self-described cults expert, Father James Labar, consultant on cults. Listen to what he says about Satanism here.
I think we see a pattern that is so prevalent in so many parts of society today. We make up our words and we assign our own definitions to them, and then we move along from there.
Meaning what, sir?
Well, in his basic definitions, we can do whatever we want. That you ask him, does that include sexual things? And he says yes, but then he says no. He says, I wouldn't do that. He doubts the veracity of this lady for no apparent reason, because he can tell the truth, but she can't.
Based on your research, sir, and your 12 years experience in this field, how evil do you perceive this satanic church that Paul Valentine heads?
Well, it's only been in existence for a year, so it can't, it hasn't had too much of a existence in that sense.
Yeah.
But the problem I see is not whether this worldwide church is the evil section, but it's the problem behind it. We can call satanic activity good. That doesn't make it good. We can call it harmless. That doesn't make it harmless. We have to look at the facts that are in the world today.
This is not the clip I was looking for. Hold on. This is the original. Let me just see if I can search the transcript for it. This might be it. There was a story about some kid who did something heinous, and this this cult expert, this Catholic priest, self-described cult expert, claimed that the kid was being told what to do by Satan, who was whispering through the headphones as he was listening to heavy metal music like Metallica.
You're not going to get me to believe that this kid who, gentleman you're talking about, I believe was in New Jersey, stabbed his mother, then killed himself, actually had Satan come to him through the headphones of his Walkman and say, kill your mother. The kid was a lunatic. Simple as that.
I think I have to object there because I happened to investigate that. The boy was a very good, honest student. He was a very proper student up until about 6 or 7 weeks before the event happened. And then something got him going. Part of it was the heavy metal rock music with satanic lyrics.
Totally.
A lot of it was an interest. We don't know whether he was psychotic. We don't know whether he was a basket case or what happened to him. But I think the important, an important thing here is not to just presume because they don't agree with what you seem to think, and automatically they're erroneous.
Okay, it's literally physically impossible. There is no physical mechanism through which this could possibly operate. It's not because I don't like the story that I'm questioning its veracity. It's because there's no physical mechanism through which this could happen.
It's a very real situation.
The mother. Okay, here's the type of kid who was under his mother's thumb.
Anyway, yeah, these people are fucking insane, honestly.
The game, still popular among children who are outgrowing Pokemon, is known as Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh boy, we know about Dungeons and Dragons, how evil it is, right?
The similarities between the techniques, goals, and objectives used in Pokemon and D&D are striking. The Sean Sellers story is one of the most graphic and heartbreaking any parent will ever hear. He tells of his slide into rebellion against society, his parents, God, and ultimately, all that is holy. Sean says his early involvement of simply dabbling in occultic games eventually led to his total enslavement to evil.
Right, occultic games like Dungeons and Dragons, totally.
I performed, he says, rituals covered in blood, sometimes mixed with blood and urine, and began taking drugs.
Because of Dungeons and Dragons? Was it like... Sorry, hang on, let me fix my thing here. There we go. Was it like possession? You were pretending to be an elf and that possessed you? Or something? That elf's spirit possessed you? Is that what it is?
I thought I had at last found what I was looking for. I was wrong. Now, as a result of all I did in Satanism, I am condemned to die. When reading of the degradation
I'm condemned to die. Isn't everybody gonna die one day?
And of the life of horror that Sean Sellers was ultimately driven to, one hopes that he was an exception. However, as more and more children and young people across America are going on killing rampages of their schoolmates, teachers, friends, and families, the experience of Sean is looking more like the rule rather than the exception. Chapter 5, Pokemon Obsession.
Anyway, Jesus Christ, that is insane. That is an insane book. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. I guess we're continuing with Pokemon. I thought he was going to get diverted into Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, let me know what you think. All right, I got to get out of here. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun. I will see you on the flippity flip, all right? All right, later.